Let's go.
Yeah, those trailers getting housing.
I should say it that way.
It's a hard thing. I guess I'm gonna have to put my glasses out there. This
I think it's called. They just came in over off the succulent. They're new. They just like opened a week or two ago. 3 weeks ago. Yes, they are. They're new. And so it was a food truck who then converted into a brick and mortar. They're over in the gas station on Grand Avenue.
So 2, we'll call our meeting to order.
I gotta put these on to read this.
First item on the agenda is public comment. Trista, it doesn't look like we have a rush of people at the door.
Oh, the compensation.
We'll go ahead and close public comment. Move on to the regular agenda. First item 3A, discussion regarding the Texas Open Meetings Act. We thought we might have potentially Charlie here, but I think Trista can lead us in a brief overview and then answer any questions that anyone may have.
Yes, so the Texas Open Meetings Act, if you all had a chance to watch the video from the Texas Attorney General about it, they provided a pretty good overview. It's basically what we discussed last time. Any discussion needs to happen here in public. I post the agendas 3 business days in advance. That's when you all will get them, along with any materials that I have for you. I know in that video it talks about a walking forum, so even if you're not here, if you happen to see a group of you around at some city event, just don't all congregate in one area. Spread out. It also means don't accidentally create a forum by talking to people individually up to the number that a quorum is. Which might be right, it would be if you email you and then you email you and then it kind of goes down that line. Suddenly we have a quorum of people talking about a subject that should be discussed in an open meeting. So, to make things simple, any discussions happen here. Any questions, concerns, send it to me. I will then send it out to the commission as I did for this last meeting. Anything to go will come to you all. You all be BCC'd, so there's no accidental reply all, which will create, again, a violation of that open meeting. Any questions?
They can, if somebody asks us that they want to share feedback or have some suggestions, they can send it to us, or they have to send it to you first.
If it's someone out in the public, they can absolutely send it to you, and then you can just send it to me.
So, like a councilman, they need to send it to you.
Yeah. So if they send it to you, that's fine. Just send it to me. That way, I can get it out to the rest of the commission.
Even a council member, city employee.
Any suggestion from anyone, that way everyone has the same information.
If you send it out to everyone, then that constitutes a quorum that you're creating on the committee. If Trista does it, she's technically outside of the committee.
All right, that's cool.
And so she can disseminate information to all of us.
Our registration certificate that we received, it said to turn them in?
If you have it, I will absolutely take it.
Okay.
Any other questions? If they come up, feel free to let me know. If I see something come up that needs to be discussed, I will let you all know. The one reminder that I tend to see kind of more often is when we have a recess at this meeting, and during that recess time, there can't be any business discussion. And when the meeting is adjourned, I know sometimes it's tempting to have the after meeting. Don't. When the meeting is adjourned, we need to all exit. Thanks,
Gotcha.
I think you answered the question before I came in. So if a council member called you before this all started, and then you return the call, they call you back. Are you saying you can't talk to them, just tell them to go to you?
You can't talk to the rest of the commission.
Right.
That's all.
Oh,
yes.
Good.
Yeah, it would just be right if there's some sort of recommendation that you want to get to the commission, whether it's from a council member, from the public, from yourself, That you can send to me. That way I can send it out to everybody else so that you're all prepared to discuss it during the meeting.
Okay, I just told them whatever recommendations to send to you.
And that's perfect too. Yep, it'll all get to the same place at the end. Yep. Wonderful. Thanks, y'all.
Excellent. Moving on to item 3B, discuss and consider action to approve the minutes of the December 15th, 2025 Joint and Regular Charter Review Commission meeting. I think those were emailed out. Did everyone have a chance to kind of peruse them and make sure your name was spelled correctly and any other oversights or omissions? If none, I'm willing to accept a motion to approve.
I move that they be approved
And
as written.
okay, so we'll do, so the way we'll vote moving forward is we'll go by voice affirmation, thank you. It's the Mucinex. And and I'll ask for all in favor, all opposed. If there's a significant number opposed, then we'll go by roll. Just go down the row to make sure that we get everyone's vote counted and tabulated correctly. We have a motion to approve the minutes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 3C, discuss and consider action regarding recommendations for possible amendment to the city charter, Article 1, incorporation, form of government and boundaries. Here we go. So, I've got a few things in front of me that were sent in ahead of time, and so we'll start with those. If a member of the committee submits something, then I'll call on them to explain and talk about what they want to present. At the end of the discussion, if we come to a conclusion that we want to put this on the ballot, to make this a potential amendment, then what we will do is we will vote to approve sending this to the attorney for crafting the proper language, because we're not attorneys, or we may be, but we're not. Some of us may be, this is not our expertise, and we don't want to take that on our shoulders. And so we'll have the city attorney do that for us. Then when they return that language on the next meeting, we'll review it, and if we're satisfied with whatever edits or corrections he made, then we will vote to make that a future amendment. Depending on where we're at with time or whatnot, we may save them all to the end and vote on them in mass, which is, I think, what we did last time. We got up to K last time, so there may be a few. All right, that said, the first thing I've got here on my notes is something titled Proposal 1 from Mr. Alley.
This one actually came from Jonathan Conklin originally. He proposed effectively allowing the ETJ to get, if anything the city does is going to materially affect the ETJ, that there's a report that's we made about it, the impact it's going to have on the ETJ and what's going to be done, and the fiscal impact, that type of thing.
And have that published for their benefit. As far as discussion topics on this goes, like as far as details, one, whether or not we want to consider this, but then also, are we giving them any sort of say in anything? Where are we publishing it, that type of thing? So, just wanted to open that up.
Any thoughts?
So, one thing with all the proposals,
Mm-hmm.
these don't necessarily directly fit into the first three sections of the charter, right?
They should all be the first three.
They do.
The incorporation.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
This one, we're within the scope of Article 1 with this one.
Okay.
I have plenty more.
What is considered the city of Pflugerville?
What's that?
Okay, that's how it fits.
Up on the top it says the article.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're saying which article? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Now, specifically, I agree with that. When I think we can potentially find some kind of way to have verbiage that talks about how ETJs, like the process in which they can. In his message as it relates to the annexation component, I just wonder if there's direction on how an ETJ can consistently and like from a straight script and step by step process say, hey, we want to annex.
There is information
There.
And so
specific
from
to
this one,
that.
it's talking about the governing body being what did Jonathan, how did Jonathan phrase it? The governing body or the communication going forward and whatnot. And so that's the piece that's always confusing because a lot of people don't know how, as a city, to do it. As a group, that's an ETJ, how to become annexed into the city.
That might be a separate topic as far, because this is, we're going to build a road out there or something, but, you know, if we're talking about how we annex the ETJ, which is actually an interesting topic, not to get off topic here, but, you know, from a city budget perspective, we do want more tax revenue that we would get from them. We're also building roads out there for them to use at our expense, but
how does that incorporate into the
to this it probably
incorporation of the
doesn't, because
city?
this is just reporting on if we do something out there, but yeah, if you want to do something at Engel, I don't know if that's what that topic would include, but
I would make the argument that it's not the city's charter scope. Man,
It is not the city's charge to do that.
it's not the
stuff.
city charter's scope to instruct the ETJ about how to become a member. There's this scope of the city charter is to mandate and provide direction for what the city does, what the city council does. It's not. There's information. The information you talk about in terms of how to be the process for being annexed is out there. I think more relevant what we're talking about here is that, for instance, a while back, a road project came up, and it was adjacent to the ETJ. It was on our boundary, and there, might have been some traffic considerations to the property owners there. They were sent letters, but it was only, I think, a 500-foot radius. So there's a limit. It's not like the whole neighborhood or the whole area. And so I'm assuming that what this is about is trying to be more transparent or more communicative. And I would challenge you to answer. I mean, I hear that question all the time because the city puts stuff up on their website. They put stuff up on Facebook. Parks and Recs put stuff up all the time. And people have lived here for 15 years, and you're like, "What's Deutschenfest?" So if you're not engaged like we are, and constantly asking questions, constantly going different places and seeing things, if you're focused on your family or your job or a relative that you're taking care of, and that's your focus, you really don't care, right? I mean, I didn't care for the first 8 years I lived here. I was driving back and forth doing .com stuff, and that was my focus, and had a new child, and I didn't know anything about a potential horse track coming to town 20 years ago. And so that's the difficult part. Yes, you can say, yeah, be transparent. Let's communicate. How? How do we do that better? And that's the $20,000 question.
I have a question then too, to build on that. You're talking about well, how, or where's the data that says something hasn't gone well? Do we have any mechanisms for getting feedback from ETJ citizens that say, hey, I didn't know about this and it would be great to know about it, or we want to know more about what's going on from the city of Pflugerville because we're in the ETJ. Obviously, I think it became very apparent in this most recent election that there's a lot of people that don't realize that they can't vote for certain races, that we have because they're in the ETJ.
Every election.
They feel like they're now in a
Yeah, I was
situation
going to say
of
that's a very
representation,
long-standing problem.
like they're getting
Yeah.
taxed without representation, so to speak, but they're not actually paying the same taxes, right? So there's a whole lot of communication and a whole lot of awareness that I feel like could be made, but on project-specific things, what's not going well? What is the data that says they've received something? Do we need to just widen that radius a little bit more, or how do you make it better? I think transparency is a good thing so people are aware of stuff, but how do you make it better?
But I think that also
Exactly.
brings up a good point too, is that do we need to consider any components of them providing feedback back to the city?
That was
Right.
my question, like with
Yeah.
their transparency in this conversation.
Which to some extent, obviously, they don't have any sort of authority on the city, but at the same time, do we want to hear from them? Do we want the city council to, you know, if you're going to build a road through their house, you know, do we want some mechanism for them to
You
say
said
something?
that it was already posted though, like the neighborhood heard it was just at a certain.
Well, did they get an impact
Parameter.
statement, or they were just notified that the road was changing?
Road
Right.
change.
They were notified that there was going to be a, what's
I thought this is that we would post an impact statement specifically pertaining to the ETJ.
Because if you look at what Jonathan put on the back pages, he also goes into the process conversation a little bit too.
You look at
Well,
John
it would be
himself.
careful not to process in the charter though, because that should be
Yeah.
the policy, because the charter should still stay more at a principal level.
Yeah, I think I don't know which document you're looking at, but I put
It's
some
a-
stuff on
it's
here
a
of like
mix.
some potential things that we could require in the charter, like these need to be on the statement, but as far as how and what goes out, that
And I think the biggest thing for I think for me, it may be charter, it may be bylaws or some other term, but the consistent thing is the charter for somebody to refer to. And so some verbiage in the charter when it talks about city is still going to be Pflugerville's ETJs, right? And so whenever you have somebody on it, like for example, when I first moved here, my neighborhood was an ETJ. And then, and I only knew that when my alarm went off and the police came, right? So then magically, Pflugerville Police Department started coming, right? So I honestly don't even know when it changed. And I'm not by myself, that happens all the time. So, but the conversation is whenever you build a house, how does a group get together and have some version of quorum or some kind of election to say, let's put it, that has to be in the charter somewhere, even if it's just copy and paste what already exists.
to
For
be,
another person's area, for another like constituency that's not part of our like Pflugerville.
But
That's what an
technically
ETJ is, correct? Like,
but
am I,
ETJ,
right?
even though, that's the piece that's so crazy about this. Pflugerville, the ETJs still have some abiding, they have to abide by
Right.
certain things that are
Right.
Pflugerville.
Right.
And so they just can't vote in elections. They may pay this tax, may pay this fee. They get trash here, get electricity here, whatever the case may be. Some things they don't. But it has to have some designation in here that says that we at least have ETJs in our city. And this current one doesn't effectively have anything. Now, if you try to say guide, like it just basically just says we're a city. It doesn't have any mention of ETJ in the incorporation.
section 1.04 does.
1.04.
Yeah, so 1.04. So in that point, do you have, like, I get it, it's the collective, but do you then have some version that says, hey, let's move forward with making sure that they have full out guidance on how to transition from ETJ to part of the city? That's what my biggest complaint
But
is.
I don't think that's the concern. I think the concern is, how do we notify citizens in the ETJ of changes that affect them? I don't know if we
Has
publish
that-
any community impact.
Does that already
But is that
Website.
part of our responsibility? So I would compare it to like, are there any other bordering towns that we would do road work on that is Pflugerville side versus like, let's say Round Rock or Hutto, right? Are we giving them consideration in these types of conversations? Because that would be the kind of comparable that I'm
well, I think we
considering.
wouldn't have the authority to actually do anything in Round Rock or Austin.
Well, so
Right, but
anything
we would be
that,
responsible for the road that's touching, like, let's say there's a
Touching,
resident
like,
on that
the
side.
ETJ, we could actually go out and do stuff, I think, if I understand that correctly.
so the city doesn't perform work in the ETJ on roads. But there's been plenty of opportunities and occasions in the past where the city's worked hand in hand with Round Rock to make sure of road alignment. So that if we have a road going to Round Rock and we're building our side of it, the city staff works with them to make sure that they're going to build the road on the
Right.
same side. It
Is
doesn't
that
like,
a
whoops.
council consideration though? Like, is that
I'm
part?
sorry?
Is that part of our constitution? Is that a council consideration, or is that just how the
that's
city
just
manages
the way the
itself?
city works.
Okay.
In terms of being at peace and harmony with your
That's what I thought.
neighboring thing.
To me-
The city works with Hutto, the city works extensively with the county.
Yeah.
Additionally with the school district, in terms of planning where the schools are gonna be.
The spirit of this proposal is just, hey, are we publishing any sort of an impact for the ETJ?
Yeah.
And that at least proves that someone spent 30 seconds thinking about the ETJ when like the actual work or whatever ordinance went into effect, right? That's the
Yeah,
whole
it's just
point.
basically making sure that we've got it in the charter that the city has to, if the city's gonna do something that's going to materially affect the ETJ, there's at least a statement published
They
that people
have to
go read.
articulate how it's going
Yeah,
to
how it's
affect
gonna
them.
affect it, what it's
We're
gonna
not
do.
saying that it has to be good or bad, right?
Yeah,
We're
it
just
just
saying
has to
you have
show
think about
that
it.
we're doing
It has to
something.
be there.
So my question is, does that really rise to the level of a charter? Or is that something that's more like a regulation, like the Constitution versus the Bill of Rights, or even just laws that come even kind of below those if we're doing a hierarchy?
I mean, it's a valid
I
question.
think communicating with the ETJ
It's
is
a great
a
idea.
great idea. I don't think it rises to the level of being in the charter.
Amending the charter, actually putting it into
Yeah.
to a vote.
Right.
Is it really important enough?
What?
Just more policy.
It's a policy, yeah.
It's a policy that, maybe is that something we can make a recommendation to? Is like, we're not saying amend the charter, but council, we're making a recommendation to ensure that the city has a policy that outlines these criteria for communicating, or these types of things for communicating.
We can absolutely make recommendations to council.
Okay.
Now, does mail, like a specific medium, matter? Could that be specifically stated in the charter?
Well, that would be a
Like-
recommendation. It would
That's
depend
a
on the
policy.
it's a recommendation or policy, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't
'Cause
entirely
mail is
disagree
on-
over here.
And let me kind of go to what I was saying. Like, the only reason I'm saying something consistent, like Facebook, social media, those are new, and they could be done like this. But mail, drop a piece of mail every household will always be consistent.
That's also expensive.
That's also.
It's expensive.
That's also.
I'm gonna tell you,
It's
my
very-
generation doesn't pay attention to mail.
Yeah,
But at least it's proof that it got sent.
Mine's piled up real high. We check maybe once a month.
But equally, but that same argument, equally, you don't check everything that Pflugerville depots.
Well, I'm different too, where I do a lot of research. That's why I'm here today. And so I do the outside, but mail, I just don't think that's a medium that we use for
But-
communication.
You also don't want to put something that level of detail in the charter, because it
Right.
changes.
Yeah.
20 years ago, no one would have thought, we're going to post on Facebook.
Gotta fax it to everybody.
Right,
Yeah.
like, it's going to change, it's going to just continuously change. Like, so you don't want to put that level of detail in the charter, but it could be part of the recommendation, if we're going to make this as a recommendation, to say,
Right.
look at different things, like, there's a newsletter that goes out, there's, social media posts.
how many
Yeah,
people
'cause I think
subscribe
that-
to the Key to the City?
Yeah. Say it again.
How many people read every one?
Nobody. That's my point.
Barbara reads every one. Terry
And so,
reads every
and so
one.
that's like, that's kind of like my
I
point.
read every fourth one, and so there's already email going out,
Yeah.
and anyone can
Here's
sign
the
up to
thing.
that. They put inserts in the water bills.
So I'll give you an example. My assumption is that even though we get a lot of trash mail, we still thumb through it to see what the trash mail is to the real mail.
No. If my name's not in the legal window,
I don't
So,
even go that far.
Huge,
If it's
like,
not-
I
nobody
mean,
know
I
it's
do.
trash.
But it's like if
You wouldn't
I
open
see
something
trash,
from the
but it's
city?
like, how do you see your bill versus?
Like if it was from the city?
I'm still gonna thumb
I get
through
an
my
email.
stuff to get the real mail from the trash mail. And so,
We'll get a hold
Whatever
of
we
it.
do, we don't need to make sure people got it. You just need to make sure it's available.
but it's also, they're
Because
already
it's like, I think
doing
sometimes-
is what you're saying. It was just a
Yeah,
500
it's just
yard
formatting
perimeter
the-
versus like 1,000.
yeah.
You'll be formulating
I
the
just
process
hate-
for it.
Something like that should be, in my opinion, something like that should be snail mail because it's
red.
transformed.
Well, that can be a recommendation we make in
Yeah.
terms of if we make, if the recommendation, if this turns out to be a recommendation, petition impact statement, recommendation could also include that the people that are in the ETJ that are gonna be impacted are notified,
Yeah, because
some
that's
suggestion of mail.
And to Carol's point, I don't
It's
entirely
on the
disagree
rally what
with
happened.
whether this
Could I
rises to the
offer
level of
a
charter.
motion?
depends on what it is. I think move with it.
Let's
You
talk a
want the
little bit
conversation
more.
to go
Hold on to that for
Okay.
just a second, because I want to throw a wrench into it. And so the case that I think we're not looking at is that the city controls CCNs that are for the wastewater, and then there's a separate CCN for water. And those have sections that are outside the city limits. And so a couple of years ago, council evaluated, I think, Pflugerville Estates. Are you familiar with where that is? So, I got a friend that lived there. When I first ran for office, he was pissed. He thought there was a conspiracy to keep him from voting for me. Because not only is his Pflugerville, Texas, his address, he lives in Pflugerville Estates. I live in Pflugerville. No, he doesn't. And so we considered the water lines over that neighborhood were 30 years old, starting to fall apart and in really bad shape, and not big enough for fire to put out fires. A lot of issues with it, right? It's in the CCN. And so council got in a heated discussion about whether the city should pay for it, until somebody said, the city's not paying for it, the utility fund is paying for it. But the city council has authority over that utility fund. And so that's the issue, is that less about impact statements, because again, the city does that already, and we want a recommendation about, Trista, you know what the boundary is on it? Is it 500 feet? Ish. We can ask that that's extended. We don't want to say to the whole ETJ, because that's a mess. And so, but I think the bigger issue where I've heard people complain about representation is when the city's considering a water project or a sewer project, and they have no way to I mean, they can come speak on it, but they're not in charge of voting for people or
But they'll never have a voice in the room.
Right.
They
Well,
can be heard, but
they
they'll
still
never
can-
have a voice.
right, they can still come for public comment, but there's no one there technically advocating for them, is what they feel sometimes. Now, we did approve the water project once everyone realized that the city wasn't paying money to people outside the city, and that's why a lot of times you see tiered pricing for, if you're a member of the library, if you're a member of the community, your library card is cheaper than if you're outside, or the rec center dues or whatever. There's different tiers for that because we pay taxes, and so part of that cost is already assumed that we're covering that with our taxes. And if you don't live in the city limits, you don't pay city taxes, and so you have a higher expense. And so a lot of this is already in place. The one thing I think Jonathan did talk about was putting a non-voting member on some of the boards and commissions. We talked about that last go-round, and we didn't do it. I can't remember exactly why. We figured, I think we assumed no one would show up if they couldn't vote.
That's what I'm saying. What's the point?
Yeah, why,
Yeah, I
why
don't-
would they
I
even be here?
think-
Right.
Yeah.
What's the point?
They could advocate a little bit, maybe, right? Like they could speak,
That was
but-
the thought.
Yeah.
That's what brought it up last time, was maybe they could advocate. But again,
They can volunteer
they-
to show up to public.
not being a resident of the city, I mean, does Round Rock get a seat? Does Hutto get a seat? I mean, this is literally people living in the country. It just happens to be that, and there's almost, so the House state considered getting rid of ETJs. I don't know if you're all aware of this. So the ETJs were drawn years ago, and basically it was the area that the city could forcibly annex. And I believe the way it worked is whatever neighborhood they wanted to annex, or whatever area they wanted to annex, they would send you a letter and say, in 3 years, we're going to annex you. And you had 3 years to decide that was a good thing or to sell your house and move. Well, that's what I think SB 2 took care of 3 or 4 terms ago. And so now the city can't forcibly annex you. You have to have either a voluntary annexation, so if you have one owner that says, I want you to annex me, easy peasy. If it's a neighborhood, then they have to get together and have an election. It has to be 50% plus one, a majority, to be annexed. And it's complicated. But it doesn't belong in the charter. It's already out there. Google that, and the information is out in the world. But now the ETJs don't have any meaning, right? There's nothing really that the city can do in the ETJ other than maintain building codes and whatnot. And there's some things that, in terms of making sure that they follow some procedures. If a developer builds a road out there in our ETJ, presumably we have the power to say you have to build the road to our specifications. I don't know if anybody was familiar with the Heatherwild neighborhood, but that was back before council enforced road construction in the ETJ, and then the city annexed that area, and then the roads fell apart. Yeah. And so there are some things that are already working in terms of the ETJ. And so I guess what I'm asking is with water and sewers, that's the only definitive thing that I can think about that they're impacted by that council votes on. And I don't know how to get them representation because there isn't a CCN board, right?
But I think collectively what Jonathan's thing is talking about is just the communication, and it sounds like he wants some verbiage of communication put in the charter.
I would agree with Carol to the extent that this may not rise to the level of the charter. This might be more of a recommendation. I would kind of maybe push back on just because it's a reporting requirement. It doesn't belong there because there's probably some situations where we do want city staff to have specific reporting requirements. Probably more relevant to to people of the city, not to the ETJ. So
there's a whole section coming up on the city secretary. We can put all sorts of things on there. So she's typing harder.
That's the question. Where would it go? And so, like something like that, where would that verbiage go? Is there guidelines? Is there bylaws? Pflugerville Constitution we created.
You're talking about a recommendation?
Yeah, well,
that would just be us telling council.
Yeah, we would
just one meeting and it's on the agenda.
We would put we'll ask Carol for a motion to put together the verbiage for the recommendation, which I think is what she was going to do. Now she took a bite. You see how that timing works?
Feel free, anybody else who wants. I was just going to make a motion that we make a recommendation to council that they, I don't have exact wording now, but that they have a procedure for contacting affected landowners in ETJs when infrastructure projects would affect those properties.
Official policy for procedures, an official policy for procedures.
An official policy with procedures. How's that?
I don't want to bring up or open a can of worms, but also, like if the sales tax situation with the fire department had passed, that would have affected ETJ residents because the funding to the fire department that is in the ETJ would have been affected.
Is that city council action or is that a vote though?
That's a different taxing entity, right?
It was a city, there was a vote by the city.
It was
to repeal the sales tax.
That was a vote of all the members inside the ESD.
So the ETJ was affected, but it was city.
There was some city, there was some outside the city too. It was everything.
Were able to vote.
Was the vote called by ESD too, or was the vote called
the city?
by the city?
No, it was called by the city.
No, it was called by ESD.
No, it was
ESD 2 was forced to call it.
Because of the right.
Yeah.
They had to do it because of the petition.
Right.
ESD board put that on the ballot.
Because of the
petition.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
And it also wouldn't be probably, I guess, a city petition, so it probably wouldn't qualify as a city.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. But they are, the ETJ is affected by,
the ESD.
Those decisions. Yeah. Right?
They can vote on it.
They were able to, everyone in the ETJ voted. Okay.
Right, because it was not a city issue. It was an ESD issue.
Pflugerville School District, Pflugerville School District extends outside of the city.
Right.
And so it's its own entity. It's not the city.
Got it.
It's the Pflugerville School District.
Yeah.
It's like playing 10-level chess.
Right.
Yes.
The one other thing I don't know if this is relevant, and this probably works against this to some extent, but we do have a lot of feeder roads that come from 130 towards the ETJ that we have to pay for the ETJ boundary, and they get to use to get the freeway, so they're basically not paying for those roads. I don't know how that would affect anything here.
Well, that could be true with going to Dallas. You use I-35.
that's true.
or
Yeah.
you drive through Dallas, you're using the roads.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, well, I don't know if it the
Yeah.
freeways, but
I
yeah.
would discourage even playing with that because everybody
Now
have a
you wanna
right.
talk
It's a
about
right
toll
of way
road.
conversation.
I was, yeah.
It's a right of way. My neighborhood had that situation over there by the Gower Park, and dude just blocked it completely off. Lawsuit, and he won.
It was his property.
It was his property.
Yeah.
So it's like I wouldn't even want to play with right of way conversation.
Well, just point being, like, we have to build those roads pretty big to handle the few people that we have out there, but then build them big because the ETJ's
But
out there.
would
to
you
use
agree
them.
that our benefit outweighs?
My point is that we need to be able to help our citizens out there, but at the same time, we're building massive roads because there's so much ETJ traffic. We're having to spend a lot of money to service the few people that are out there. That's kind of
We're
an, I don't know how you solve
He's
that.
saying we're putting a disproportionate amount of.
So if you think of Pflugerville Parkway and how just past,
That's
the
Round Rock.
HEB,
Mhm.
no, I'm talking about on the east side of 130.
Towards the lake.
So,
Yeah,
not
oh,
the
you
opposite.
talking- oh, you
end.
talking about
The new one.
But as you go east, past 130, and you go just past the HEB, the road, it goes from 2 lanes in each direction, and it narrows down, and it's actually
That's the
pretty
county.
dangerous with the amount of traffic that's out there.
not
But if that's in the
funded by
ETJ,
Yeah.
then, what'd you say?
It's not funded by the road bike on.
No, it's not.
No.
No,
I don't go that way.
It's been 20 years since I would ride a road bike out in that area,
Yeah.
but like, all of that's ETJ, right? But yet, living in the city, just in that part, like, get very impacted by the
And-
amount of traffic that's out there and the fact that the road doesn't widen.
And
Yeah.
I will, I don't have
benefit
numbers on it,
outweighs.
but I will stipulate that a lot of that traffic doesn't even live there because if you watch 130 get backed up, you'll see Cameron get backed up and then they go as far as they can to go around all of that.
Yeah. So,
And they may be going all the way to Georgetown.
yeah, more
and so-
roads is just a good thing.
So one thing that may
More
help your concerns a little bit, when the city is planning, right, and there's a master plan for the roads, the roads are calibrated to a certain density of population, and that's what we build to anticipate that growth so they don't get overburdened. If something comes along, a new development or a big business or whatever, the city assesses what's called an impact fee. And that fee covers any necessary increases to that road. So if it was a 4-lane plan going out there, but now, there's some big business coming in and it needs to go to 6-lane, then the city charges that business an impact fee to make sure that it be wide.
May I remind the chair that there's a motion on the floor?
I got it. Thank you. We've got off track again. Thank you, Carol. I got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion any additional discussion on this motion to make a recommendation to council?
The only mine is I would just want to have some level of specificity on where, what document this recommendation needs to
We're
go
recommending the city council that they use
It's a recommendation that stands on its own. It's not into a different document. It's presented to council as this is a recommendation that we would like you to.
Our scope is the charter,
Yeah.
we're recommending they do something that wouldn't belong in the charter, but they need to take care of.
Like they talk to the
So
city
almost
manager,
like
who then
so-
would talk to the,
Right.
And so that,
Just
and as you can see, the level of ambiguity there is where my challenge is. But I see your point.
the constitutions are supposed to be ambiguous. To a point.
So if you notice on all of our meeting dates we got coming up, the last meeting is a joint meeting, and that's where we'll aggregate any of our recommendations and present those to council as a body.
I would also like to point out on that, if it were a city charter thing, the ETJ couldn't vote on it. It's affecting them, it's about them, but they couldn't vote on it because they can't vote on the city charter.
Trustee, do you have enough
I
verbiage for
think,
this
and I think
recommendation?
it's like one of those things.
All right, I'm going to call a vote.
Yeah.
We've got a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Passed unanimously.
I gave my thoughts on the discussion. I ain't gonna hold. I got bigger fish to fry on this charter, not this one. So I'm definitely not gonna be filibustering.
What day do I need to take off?
Y'all almost killed my laptop.
Friday.
Whichever one that got something to do with
I have a question
the money
before
one.
I just have a question on like grammar, punctuation.
Sure.
Things. if there's something that, like, punctuation change needs to be made, what's the process for that?
We will, go ahead.
Typically for something like that, we want it all in a single item of, basically the language would be to fix the grammar, fix the punctuation in these listed areas, so
And
note it.
And
Tip-
those don't generally come to a vote, they're just.
Right, I mean, it would be crazy to say city needs break on
It's
changing this
One
semicolon,
comma,
this period,
period there.
It's the difference between, is it a Scrivener's error where we just need to fix some typo in there versus we went last time to change to gender neutral language.
Right.
That would go to a vote. If it's this should actually be a comma, not a period, or vice versa, that's
exactly it, yeah.
Are we still talking about Charter 1?
I'm getting ready to look at the next item here.
We're going to 3D.
So the next item came from Councilmember Kaufman as well, talking about appointing non-voting ETJ residents to boards where they may be appropriate. Thoughts and discussion on that subject without wandering outside the guardrails too much.
If I may, that will actually be under Article 8.
We will postpone that discussion until we address it in Article 8. Thank you.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yes. So the only,
All right, so I have no other items scheduled. Greg, you got something you want?
yeah, just for, now I could be just misreading the part of the date when the boundaries were last updated. So filed of record on October 20th, 1965 in the office of clerk, the boundaries that were set. Is there any, I feel like there's a need to have like at least some notation of when the last time, like this, or at least a list of, hey, it was the boundaries were set on this date, then they changed on this date.
You're just curious about the recent annexation.
Yeah. So at least the boundary, because it's collectively the boundaries, right? So when I look at this and I initially see that, okay, the boundaries are October 20, 1965, that made me think that's the last time, but we know that's not the case.
The rest of the sentence covers.
After that,
The rest of the sentence says, and boundaries.
But then
Essentially
that's where you would reach
changed
out to the
after
city
that date.
secretary and say, hey, I was curious about what happened in the last 5 years. Then the city secretary would point you to the website or give you
Y'all see my
information about what
point?
says that.
It's like, so
But
that's,
that's not something, I don't feel like that's the level of detail that would go into a charter.
because, let me give you the clarity on my mindset. So if I look at this and I say, okay, the origination of the city was it 1965? I'm assuming that's right. So, and it lists that date for the level of when the city was formed. If we're saying that we're going to provide an updated solution, or at least an updated charter, I think it needs to have updated dates. And of course, it hasn't happened throughout the since 1965. It happened every year, but the few times it has happened, new boundaries were listed, and so
Are you
I-
suggesting
like-
that there would be like a bulleted list of every time a transaction took place to annex a certain portion, or that
yes,
So
and it's not many.
But we wouldn't need that in the charter, right?
Right.
That's just a
It
record.
needs to be available to the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, the poster. As long as y'all know the poster, if I'm hearing it right, y'all cool with the boundaries. This list is, it gotta be public, but it's like here, there,
Yes, we have.
Oh, yeah.
but it's probably on multiple agendas that where it got passed.
on
The agenda
GIS you can look at it on the
1998.
GIS map.
Yeah.
That's so painful.
Agreed, but it's not the easiest thing, but it's there.
And you
And
see,
don't look at it on a phone.
and so at least this, and the only reason I'm saying is it hasn't happened many times, so I think that's a sustainable thing to do, have the list. But I'm the minority, but that's the one thing of everything I read. Everything else is,
The charter's only updated every 2 years.
5.
and at that time, and at that 5th year, what we did the last 5.
Right, but it's not gonna, like, if you look at the charter.
Keep massive changes to it all the time.
Yeah, fair. And we can say we update this every 5 years.
Think of it like it's the principles of the city.
You can go look every day.
These are the guiding principles.
My
of the
level of
city.
data disparity is concerning.
So here, this is an excellent example of the type of language that we're looking for to incorporate into the charter. It states there that it's the original boundary, and then it says, and I'll read it because it's better, more succinct than I am, and changed after that date by annexation ordinances and proceedings of the city. And so that kind of language is evolving, right? Because it accepts the fact that it's going to change. And so we started with this, and that's what we grabbed from the state, and then we knew we would add on to it. And wherever those summation of additions are, that's the boundary. And then you don't ever have to touch that again, right? That's one of the things that it's just solid. And if you want to get a city map, you email the city secretary. Sorry,
It's on the website.
And yeah, or she'll point you to a link and give you to a website. Yeah, but it's again, like Carol was saying, it's not something, and Sam said, it's not something that
should be in the charter.
Would be in the charter. Yes,
I don't
sir.
know. I just thought the
Keep
dates.
in mind,
We can keep
what
it
our
generic.
attorney said, we don't want to change just for change sake, right? And so anything that we do in this, it's going to have to go to the voters, and they're going to vote for it. They're going to have to understand why they're voting for this.
That's fair
And if
statement.
they have to go every 5 years to vote for boundary checking, you're going to have to call an election every 5 years.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want that. Good point. Very good
Thank
point.
Any other discussion for Article 1? Just did I overlook anything that was submitted?
Not that I have.
Very good. All right, then I will close item 3C. Opening item 3D. Discuss. Does anybody need a break? Is everybody good? Okay. Item
Food's over
3D.
there, by the way, for those who came in late.
Discuss and consider action regarding recommendations for possible amendment to the city charter. I only ask one thing, that while someone's talking, that we respect whoever's talking and not have any side conversations. Thank you. Discuss and consider action regarding recommendations for possible amendment to the city charter, Article 2, Powers of the City. And part of that is because with the recording, it gets garbled. All right. In 3D, I have proposal number 2 from Mr. Alley.
I almost feel like this is the same as what the previous one. He's talking about digital data security and
Yeah, so
things
this
of
is
that. It's
another one
almost
that's
communication.
and I kind of adjusted a little bit as well. This refers to any sort of public monitoring software, AI components, license plate readers, that kind of thing, where there's a potential concern on the civil liberties front. And there's nothing in the charter on that, because I think this is a newer technology and the charter's old. But this kind of highlights the procedures and limitations on the city and when and where they can use that. There's a lot of information here, I don't know if you guys have a chance to read it, but it effectively says they can't use it without a warrant, all the data is owned by the city, the vendors can't sell our personal data, we're not surveilling crowds. It puts limitations on license plate readers and like facial recognition stuff. We do have the facial recognition cameras that you can place now, for cameras. So it allows you to use it, but you have to have a warrant and you have to go.
Just real quick, this is about how the city would use AI.
It's how the city is limited to use, the limitations on the city on how they can use it.
But it's not an ordinance about how AI can be used.
No,
Yeah, but he's saying collectively everything.
Could it include like what are the hard
Drones.
Nah.
Those also have federal regulations.
Yeah, so that's the piece.
What am I wondering? Because I know there's recreational drones though.
But they still have to
Follow
It
federal
doesn't,
and not city.
so the way
Are
this
you
is,
trying to get city?
But they don't.
it's a city, it controls on how the city can use it and how the city's vendors can use it. So you can't have an AI vendor come in, capture everybody's data and use it for AI training or something.
Or go sell it.
Go sell it. And then, as far as drones go, what's excluded here is like generic software, like office software, also security cameras that are not smart cameras. So if you have a drone in there that's filming, that's not included here. If you have a drone up there that's like doing facial recognition, that would probably apply if the city was doing it. If it's a personal drone, I don't think the city has any authority over, it's the AI thing, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this and
Like
this,
put a drone over Deutschenfest because you're looking to see who's there and you're potentially looking for bad actors.
Yeah.
Like that would fall under this.
Yes.
this is the one I would like when it comes down to like software and any kind of thing related to data retention. Wouldn't that have a generic state local government ordinance? Like generic, like you got a state local government has a certain thing that must be followed.
So that's kind of what we're doing, is
It's
we
like-
don't want them necessarily to regulate themselves on how to
we want to put a thing in the city charter saying this is how the city is allowed to use this technology in a way that they get the use out of it that they need without affecting their civil liberties and everybody's recorded in that charter.
Is there anything in the charter, and I didn't look ahead, so, but is there anything that we already are addressing things like just cybersecurity, not even getting into surveillance type technologies, but just data protection and cybersecurity? Or do we have, are there ordinances or policies already in place that the city has?
Like you would require the city to have some sort of data protection, like.
Exactly.
This city has
like when they were
multiple.
putting in utility software recently, like there was requirements that were already defined that they're held to for taking that to the vendor and saying, hey vendor, you have to have these, we meet these requirements for data protection of our citizens and that kind of thing.
The city has extensive policies on IT, and even especially around, for instance, the body cams that PD wears, the storage and of the digital media and everything. There's extensive policies.
Okay. And that's what I would,
that's what I would
think
there.
is happening.
Yeah.
But this is saying, perhaps we put something in the charter that's saying
I wouldn't.
there's a duty to protect
This is
citizens, civil liberties, etc. There's an importance of data privacy, and the council is required to, maintain policies and procedures around these items that, given, give it space to emerge as technology, like to change as technology changes. This is an emerging risk for the city to not have something in the charter.
Now you're on track, right? That's on track in terms of.
I actually, if you're reading the general powers enumerated, this to me goes back down to policy procedure level, as opposed to this, which is basically saying that the city has to follow the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas, which I know because our legislature likes to delve into minutia, is already covered by the state. So
yeah, that's what
I feel that this statement already covers this.
I agree with that.
Coverage, sure, but this is specifically articulating for the city of Pflugerville what the city council and the city government is allowed to implement in the city.
And I
disagree with
and I
touching
agree that we need that, but not. It's already covered.
That's too generic.
I think the concern I have with making this up to the city council or the city, and nothing against the city council or the city, but I want to make sure that we don't have a policy in place where they can self-regulate. Because a lot of this is, I want to, if you get a city council in here that wants to just put surveillance cameras everywhere.
Right.
To track
But they already can't because of the state of Texas.
Yeah, so.
Does that go through, I don't know what the state of Texas laws are.
I mean, I don't know a specific one, but they've gotten pretty into the weeds on that stuff at the state level.
Is that something our lawyer could help clarify?
So-
How redundant this is with
It's
just
redundant.
complying to Texas law already?
Well, I think that rather than having them do that, if the body can agree to a proposed amendment, then he can look at the language of it, and then it rises to the level of. I'm not going to ask him a bunch of random questions.
But I think I'm
And
confused.
random in the terms of we haven't decided we want to go this direction. Let's decide we want to go this direction, and then the attorney will give us his opinion.
But I guess I'm kind of confused on why this seems to be an issue when it says the tort liability kind of addresses some of these things. It talks about, like, if somebody misuses it, the claim is going to be specified in 2.02. It talks like describe the damage, state the time, state the incident, the city's alleged fault producing it. And so when it comes,
This prevents the city from doing it.
but that's where it comes to the first one, like the one when it talks like what she was saying, the state local. What I mentioned earlier, the state and local policies govern that. I'll give you a perfect example. Let's say, for example, I used to work with public schools, and they had a conversation about retention plan, like data retention plan. The individual school could literally state their retention plan, and it now becomes legit. Their retention plan can literally say, "I don't have a retention plan," which is useless. So we don't want to go to that level as a charter whenever IT has higher levels of what they require. Like that means we're gonna tell them to do tape, we're gonna do digital,
No, I agree. I mean,
offsite.
to some extent,
What?
Carol's correct in that the state obviously has some laws. What we want to make sure is that we don't have any more specific criteria than the state might have on any of these issues.
Right.
We want to make sure that we're like, it may be legal, I don't know, again, I don't know what the exact laws in the state are, but it may be legal to record every license plate that drives through town. Do we want the city doing that is a different question.
So I think the type of thing we could add in here is something about electronic data privacy or whatnot. There's things in here about protecting liberty. There's things in here about for tort. But as several of you have pointed out, there may be an opportunity to upgrade the charter in terms of the electronic age that we live in, and especially with technology as advanced as it is nowadays, it's a little scary. And so maybe we want to put some additional guardrails on there, and whatever we would recommend to the, and then we could be ambiguous and say not to conflict with state or federal laws, and the attorney would say that specific section of law, and you saw that in the charter if you read through it. There's places where it says not to conflict with blah blah blah, especially with the annexation and de-annexation.
The state may always change their laws, so you might get a building in there that's like you want to record everybody.
And which would be okay on the state level, but on the city level, the city has a stricter policy on that.
Because you know that, like, I know about this because I like to speed. The city of Austin,
have you talked to our mayor?
I got a ticket in Austin, and it was legit. I sped through that light, and I found guilty. But then later on, the state said that they couldn't convict anybody by the cameras, by the cameras. And so that means we can't override the state to that level, no different than, does that make sense?
I'm not trying to override the state. I'm saying we might have more specific requirements in the state, or the state may change the requirements to be more lenient, and we want to make sure that the policies in the city of Pflugerville are controlled enough that we have the civil liberties protection, at the same time giving the city enough leeway to actually implement these new software technologies that are coming out in a way that doesn't violate the rights.
I just want to leave that to IT.
And all of their powers, rights, and privileges, and immunities. Like, I feel like that statement goes back to like the state thing, which you were saying.
The generic
and so
state.
it's written in here,
I think it's already
not
there.
specifically to technology, but it's already written in there that we, as a city, will be able to guide decision making based off of things that have already been decided at the state level.
And because I think
that's kind of going into that. It's like that's giving us the authority to do this, and then
But do you want to say, would we want to recommend or propose a change where you have 2.01A, and A is saying there's going to be, specific policy following industry standards on, data protection and cybersecurity, protection. 2.01B is around surveillance, protecting, when that happens, right? With surveillance type issues. But could we do that, and would that help just make it more clear so it's not so ambiguous that we're not taking, it's not something that was probably even a top concern 5 years ago. It's going to continue to be an issue.
Yeah.
When you see cities going back and forth on whether or not they're using flock cameras or not using flock cameras, and this and that, like, cities have, pretty broad, jurisdiction over whether or not they're going to do that. But even though the state has kind of a top line guidance on it, that it's left up to the municipality.
I will say one thing that's definitely legal on the state level is that any of these vendors that we hire, like Flock, there's nothing on the state level that says it's illegal for them to just take our data and use it for training models or whatever else. Like learning our faces, it doesn't matter. That's definitely legal if the city gives them permission or their contract says they can. And that's some of the types of things that we want to address here, where we make sure that we have a policy in place on how the city is going to look at these issues going forward in a way that, again, limits the city on violating anybody's civil liberties, but giving them enough leeway to use these technologies when it's.
So I agree with you said that we have a policy, and I think that's really important. And I think we should have a policy. I just don't see language around that policy that would fit into a charter.
But the city council is gonna be the ones deciding whether or not we adopt these technologies.
Right.
They probably also shouldn't be the ones deciding whether or not they're limited in how they use those technologies.
But, huh?
But I don't think that's the role of the charter to,
Well, it's to guide the rules of the city. So
I wouldn't.
We wanna make sure the city
I
council
think-
can say, I
We're
wanna go
trying
in.
to bound the city's power. I mean, that's
Right,
his argument.
yeah.
We're trying to bound the city council's power in
But-
how they can use these tools. We want to let them use the tools usefully, but also bound their power so that we don't become the Pflugerville surveillance state.
Which gives them the ability to go choose what tools to use without also
Right.
having to decide how much they're able to use.
so
those
do you have some language
Would-
that, okay.
Yeah, it should be the next couple pages there.
I didn't really
Because this,
see
I'm
it.
just thinking of real life examples. Like, let's, in this example, let's say, for example, we got a runaway person from jail. And we've decided locally, as a city, that we don't want cameras in our city. But that dude that's on a runaway camera now has the ability to live in our city because we're known not to have cameras. Do we want to be that city? And so, does that make sense of what the tone of what this says? Like, it literally says sensitivity of surveillance and technology requires city approval. I mean, I want to trust IT teams to do that.
So,
Coming from an IT background, I
Yes,
want to trust the
and
IT team to
sometimes,
do that,
though,
not the city council.
I hear you and I agree with that, that you should, that there's certain standards that are followed, but sometimes you have someone that's like a pet project one way or the other, and it's gonna influence what the policies might be. And they might say, we don't need to be so strict on this stuff that protects civil liberties, and somebody else is gonna say, yeah, but I'm now in charge and I think it should. So I think that's part of the discussion, saying if you put it in the charter, it maintains its standard
Sam, is this
spirit.
So there's the draft proposal is kind of things I think we should have as criteria.
right, but I don't really,
And then beyond that is, okay, what qualifies as a system, what are the definitions of?
Yeah, that's too much low.
right, and I
what
think that's
threshold
getting
is it?
pretty specific.
This
So
is-
looking back
Yeah,
here,
there's no draft language for anything in there though.
These questions
Right.
are IT specific stuff that we should never be doing in a chart session.
So let me pull us back in a little bit here, because this discussion can go on for a long time, and we're not even in the Article 3 yet.
could I ask a question? Could I ask that Sam, because he put all this together, maybe could we defer at the discussion to have him write up some charter level language around this and bring it back to us?
So you cleverly folded your question into asking me if you could ask a question.
Yes.
I would
Don't think I didn't notice. Next time I'll just say no. No, let's take this down in one more rabbit hole. And so, doing a little using my AI over here. There's a lot of different things in terms of digital rights. But there's one specific to, I think, what we're trying to speak to, and that's data privacy and protection. Personal data must be processed fairly for specific purposes with user consent, and individuals have rights to access, correct, control their data with oversight by independent bodies. Now, we can't exactly do that because police car drives by you and your license plate reader picks you up right then. But there's this language: every person has the right to the protection of the personal data concerning them. Such data shall be processed fairly for specific purposes, and, which gets rid of your training, and on the basis of consent of the data subject or with other legitimate basis laid down by the law. So that gives the exception for looking for monitoring for people that driving through town with a stolen car, which we've caught a lot of them with the flock cameras. For some reason, they think the back roads are safer. Anyway, and is that kind of where some of y'all are thinking in terms of
Where
just?
were you reading that from?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that.
He did. AI was talking.
No,
He has it on his computer.
I got my.
You pulled it up on
Hit ChatGPT.
Yes.
No, I use Gemini. I didn't see it.
So the council member,
He drafted a charter.
he does have some charter language. draft charter.
I saw inventory
That's
requirement.
his recommendation though,
City
right?
shall adopt protections governing.
I'm sorry, where is it?
Is that in the document
It's the-
from
it's
Copy
the-
directly?
It's
I'm
from,
cool.
council.
I'm still once again going to Terry's conversation. Like, do we want this to be on a ballot?
Commissioner Thompson.
And the answer, I would probably say no.
Second to last.
Oh, it's a different document.
That's just a recommendation though of language.
Well, that's where we were going.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, here it is.
From
It's just one.
this end of the charter.
Yeah. I mean, so be it, but it's like the detail is like the detail is still way too. That's way too granular in my opinion to start talking about IT stuff.
It's on the back of the second page.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, he put a lot.
So the city shall adopt product protections governing the collection, use, retention, and oversight of data and surveillance technologies, establish transparent approval processes for such technologies, require responsible AI framework, limit facial recognition uses, and create a technology and privacy oversight board.
No, I think it's this. Wait, are we on the same?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's the draft charter language right above where it says proposal C. You get proposal C, so
Oh,
it's
got it.
tail
Okay,
end of
here we go.
proposal B. Yeah, and that's, I like the construction of that language.
My only concern with that is you still have the problem of the city council is the one choosing to implement this technology. There's no incentive for them to limit themselves on how they do it.
Well, of course. Yeah.
So what kind of powers are we giving them?
It's what all boards have though, like that's why we have different sections of our departments.
I mean, how would you propose then limiting the council?
Well, that's why I think we do need to have some specifics, and they can be more generic, but, you know, this is the kind of things that we want to make sure that there's a limit here, and we've got that limit articulated.
Do you have examples of where the problem has shown its face?
Well, the flock cameras are probably a good example. A lot of people don't like the flock cameras. And we want to make sure that, you know, if your face is being recognized on the camera using AI, that data is properly deleted, if people have a arrest warrant out against you, and it's not being stored and trained on and that kind of thing.
But those who have the main issues with fly cameras are the ones that's criminals.
Well, if
If
happening in our state or in our nation right now,
I want, but it's like
a lot of oversight on, like, so I do kind of agree with
It could be used by bad
in
actors.
that sense.
Yeah.
You're
Criminals.
trusting the people.
criminals and those cheating on their
Also,
spouse.
flock is
And
a private
federally
company.
protected individuals right now who have more power than our policemen.
So
I
to
agree with
answer,
that, but
to answer the
there's been
question,
there's been no examples of it being misused.
excuse me, sir.
That's not.
It-
It happened
hasn't-
2 days ago, yesterday?
Yesterday.
All right, hang on. Hey, I need a gavel. I don't know.
What was it?
We're gonna take a break. Thank you. I was gonna use my phone. I said, no, don't use your phone. And so to answer the question, what would this board do? We would pull that part of it out of our recommendation for an amendment here. This would be general language in terms of affording these protections. Creating a technology and privacy oversight board by charter would go in Article 8, where we could articulate the responsibilities of that board. And we could give that board some level of oversight, overruling, I guess is what I'm looking for, council. So if you look at one personal appeal board, no, and yeah, and so like if council denies your zoning change, you can take it to a board of adjustments, and if board of adjustments said it's okay, council's done. They have, and so that's the thing that charter does, right? The charter can give power to specific things once it's elected and approved by everyone else.
So we could give them the power to implement, to create the policy.
I wouldn't go that far, right? We don't, because that's a whole nother ball of worms. But we would give them review and some sort of ability to veto. It's something like that. I don't know. I'd have to ask that question to AI and ask how to construct that board.
Ability to create a policy that the council has to approve.
Huh?
They could draft the policy and the council approves it, yes or no. Is that something we can do?
No, again, I wouldn't put that because staff's always going to be the one where that work falls onto, right? And the staff reports eventually to the city manager, and the city manager reports to council, not to another board. We can't change. I wouldn't recommend changing it that dramatically. But what I would recommend is that if we want to move forward with some sort of additional protections governing AI and its usage, that we make a generic statement in Article 2, much to the language that we have here from Council Member Kaufman, and then pull the piece about creating the board and put that in Article 8, and that gives us some time to ask AI what the construct and rules and responsibilities of that board should be.
Well, we can use the AI to compare to peer cities. Like, what do peer cities have in place?
Yeah. Now you got it.
So we're asking AI how to use AI.
There is, you can't limit me.
I'm using it right now.
Do we
As we
want
go.
to add anything to this on what specifically they should create policies on? Because right now we have a responsible AI framework.
We don't, because if we put specific things in there, then that's all they're going to do. If we leave it generic, then it's an umbrella over all of them.
Do we want to put anything on there like they have to publish that policy a certain way, or?
There's procedures for that already in place.
Isn't that all public record?
It's all, yeah.
We might want to put something on the SBA website that people go to and see.
Is there any need to put the word maintain, like and maintain, adopt and maintain? So it needs to have some kind of, just like our charter gets updated every 5 years, there needs to be some kind of review process to say, look, the things that we've got in place are also being reviewed for any potential changes, whatever they put in place.
I think instead of putting that into the charter, I think what we would want to do is put that on the board, right?
Do we just want to reference the Texas Data Privacy and Security Act?
I think once
that's very specific.
Yeah.
And it's current as of last year, July 1st, 2024.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things that we can fold into this, right?
So we have to first put language in this article so that we can then bring it up again in Article 8 to get more specific about the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted that there.
Yeah, and so this would talk about data protections, privacy. I like the language here, except, or with some other legitimate basis laid down by law. And so there's a combination of a language here that I'm looking at. And then later there would be this oversight board that just shows up. You wouldn't have to link them necessarily. That way, if at some point the oversight board, 10 years from now, they decide that's no good anymore because of whatever reasons, they could eliminate that from the charter, and this would still adopt in terms of having privacy.
What kind of powers could we give that board?
We'll discuss that when we get to Section 8, Article 8.
One quick point, Gregory, that act that you were mentioning applies to consumer protections that apply to private businesses, and it doesn't apply to cities.
But that's what I'm saying. It actually, it's consumers, but it's also like generically cities, because it's like you got to think about it. They're talking about, you thinking about it just coming from a business, a small business.
No, but it excludes. So it says it excludes state agencies, cities, counties, school districts, and other political subdivisions.
It doesn't apply to them.
It doesn't apply. That act doesn't apply.
Find one. Well, okay, I agree. Let's go with that, but then go find one that actually already exists that does address it.
But perhaps that goes to this board that gets created. That's part of what their charge is to go do. It doesn't go in the charter because this act, even if it did apply, could change. So you wouldn't want to refer to this specific act. It would be the state laws of Texas, because this could change in the next legislative session. And then your charter has to go get changed again. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
The way I deem this, it says the way it's written is businesses, things that create businesses in the state of Texas. Even though you're thinking of it as a mom and pop restaurant or a clothing store.
Well, I could be thinking of it as my employer.
I think of this as, I still think of this as a city entity.
It specifically excludes cities.
Like the act specifically.
We'll find one that does. Yeah. We find one that already. The main point is find one that does include it.
What if there isn't?
It exists.
Terry's got something.
Exists.
Terry's got something he wants to say.
It already exists.
Excuse me, sir. Terry has something he'd like to say.
If we create a new board, do we have to include in the charter how many members are going to be on that board, how long their terms are going to be, who appoints the board?
If you read, yes, all that stuff. And so you read, so in terms of, if you want to, that goes back to Sam's question, when we read, you would read through all the boards that are created in Article 8 and use those as a blueprint for creating the new board with different sets of
Does that all
superpowers.
have to be in the language that's going to be on the ballot? That'd be a very-
No, it won't be on the entire change isn't always on the amendment. What we want to have happen is going to be on there, but just like in a bond election, the entire bond package isn't up for vote, right? There's a summary of it, and so there would be a summary that was passed through legal that articulates, that there is going to be a board set aside with powers and invested into it, or whatever. I haven't.
And the city council decides the rest of it.
No, we
All we do.
No, we would recommend what the specific language would be, and then that would go on the ballot, but not all of that language goes on the ballot, right? A summary of what is going to happen would go on the ballot.
And if I can, the charter election, and I've only done one, one with a commission. There's the ballot language, which is legally approved, very specific what we have to do. There's another document that is a little less legally, that explains what it is. And then there's a third one, which is basically a red line of a charter. So the ballot is what obviously all voters will see. The other ones are supplementals. The middle one that's more of a summary, that one, I believe, if I remember correctly, gets posted in a newspaper. The third one would be a supplemental. Here is available, but it's not necessarily put in a newspaper somewhere.
But is that, do people have to get a FOIA request to get that information, or will it be available to them readily when they interest?
So something like that would be on the elections page of here is all of the information about the charter amendments coming up. Just like with bond elections, that full bond package is posted somewhere. It's just not in a newspaper because that would be tens of thousands.
And only you and Barbara are going to read it.
I read
all right. I'm hearing a consensus that we want to put something out there, and so let me read this and see if it makes sense in terms of what everyone's thinking. And it's basically going to be exactly what Jonathan has written here, dropping the last part and adding one additional piece from here. So the city shall adopt protections governing the collection, use, retention, and oversight of data and surveillance technologies. Establish apparent approval processes for such technologies. Require a responsible AI framework. Limit facial recognition uses. I lost my place. Limit facial recognition uses, I guess semicolon there, and then I want to add language to ensuring this information is used locally for legitimate basis laid down by law. So I want to kind of restrict it to keeping all that information local.
So,
And we'll throw that to the attorney and see if he says we can do that.
Does that include the city basically owning the data? Because that's, I think, another concern is the vendors have data.
We can make that, and if there is already a contract in place that conflicts with that, that'll be an interesting day. But we can certainly make that.
Would that legally bind, like FBI, state?
Good luck with that.
Law enforcement?
Yeah. Good luck with that.
I mean, technically, if the city owns the data, they would have to at least get a warrant to give the city or a request. And the city would choose whether to use that. And I don't think they can just grab it.
It's interesting in light of events yesterday where federal agents restricted state investigators from a homicide scene. And they said, no, it's not your case, it's ours. And they restricted local authorities and state authorities from looking at it. So,
But that's them.
But if you- but-
control of seeing it. They were
right,
counting.
and that I guess that's my point. If you already have control of the data, then it's not like they can say, "Oh no, we're going to take control of it." You already have it, and you got the key, and it's locked.
Like if the FBI came and recorded something, I don't think this would affect it at all. But if we recorded it and the FBI wanted it, I think they would have to come to the city to get it. I don't think it's taken. Right.
Yeah. So I guess there's a similar issue with. Well, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. All right.
So I would suggest removing facial recognition since it's covered in the first section. Use, retention, oversight of data and surveillance technologies. Covers facial recognition. To
calling
me,
out
that's
facial-
redundant.
I like calling out facial recognition.
Well, then it should go
So,
up with data, facial
so facial
recognition
recognition
and
and other
surveillance.
surveillance technologies.
Yes, yeah.
So you say use set of data, facial recognition, and other surveillance
Right.
technologies. Yeah, you put
It
up
shouldn't
top.
be like just hanging off on the end like that.
Do we want to specifically call out not call out, but like reference that this is referring to smart technologies and not necessarily like a security camera on the side of the gym? Or
I get it that we're talking about something that may be timing, but y'all do realize the majority of people looking for credit cards. We're gonna put credit cards information in here.
no, I'm saying, do we want to make this apply to the technologies that use AI,
Dumb
smart
camera.
components versus dumb cameras that just are recording?
But that's what I'm saying. You all are given devices that are very specific versus just generically saying protect our data. And so now you actually saying, let me use a camera, but then next thing you're gonna say, well, what about the credit card or the swipe features on the entries for a building? That level of specificity shouldn't be in a charter. Just say data protection generically. Because if you do the camera, like I say, the timing of where people are, right now it's in the news that data and cameras were used or whatever the case may be. But nobody want their credit card information stolen any different.
Yeah, but
And
you
I'm
gonna
not
put
sure
that- are
I
you
care
gonna put
whether
that on it?
dumb camera or smart camera
It just need to be
took
generic
me
data.
my picture. I don't want it used
There's
either way.
You just want data protection,
Yeah.
period, not the individual item.
The robots that do geographing for like accessibility. Right now they're doing it downtown. Is that going to be something that would be hindered if we wanted to say break that option? By something
This
that
would
we
be
write?
generic enough that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
City
deny it, but
council's
we would
gonna-
make, I just don't wanna hinder progress. Because I think that element is actually really beneficial for city progress. So I'm just wondering, is this gonna reduce a company who may show interest of bringing that type of technology because of the language that we're implementing?
Well, our proposal is basically the council is going to put in policies, so theoretically, the council would take that
Make
into
those
account,
changes.
yeah.
Do we have some consensus on this then? Did you get the gist of?
It's a
We
lot.
will need a motion.
Yep. Is anyone going to step forward and make a motion on?
You read it.
Can I motion to whatever you read out?
You may. You may.
With facial recognition.
With,
Yeah, with facial
yeah.
recognition.
And where would facial recognition statement?
I'm sorry.
Carol, where would the facial recognition statement go?
So it goes after retention and oversight of data, comma, facial recognition and surveillance technologies. Right?
And then we'll get a chance to look at this next meeting. Anything that we push forward, of course, again, the attorney's going to recraft and send back to us. So this isn't the final version. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Could I read an alternate option to you guys?
We have a motion.
Are we already under motion to
So
approve?
save it for the next time when we.
Was there a second?
Well, is this gonna conflict with the motion?
It would just be different verbiage, same concept,
That's-
but different verbiage,
So I would
so.
let the lawyer write his and then bring your option up so that we can bring that to a motion. Okay.
I'm still waiting for a second.
Oh, I
Second.
second. I second.
All right, I got 7 seconds. Perfect. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Time is Time is 7:25. We will recess for 10 minutes. Figure there's enough of us where we don't want to fight to get in the line.
is. It's like sometimes.
I didn't either. I'm glad. I can see how you could forget.
That's right.
I was talking to somebody else, matter of fact,
Scary.
Yeah, really.
she was getting her hair done on Friday, and the lady that was there getting her hair done as well, the principal is Delphi, and she's had to walk.
You took on the vice chair, but you'll have quite a job if he misses.
I know. I'm taking notes now. How to do what Jim. He's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. She got shy.
It's just facilitation.
That was great.
Being able to wrangle people. Come on back.
And so, but it's like less of
It's
that.
interesting conversation though, you know?
I think it's just like there's so many other things going on. That's my
It's interesting
my
too,
thought. Like,
how people keep each other accountable for like
ransomware.
different perspectives and
Yeah.
like I like people in person so much more than on social media.
And
Whenever these airlines
Yeah,
go down
definitely.
for technical problems,
It's definitely better in
oh,
person.
you heard like all that. So I
like
would
when
not go.
Southwest went down.
I'm glad, like, so you know, like, so around, because I was impacted by this. The time whenever, because I went to Paris.
Okay, year and a half ago.
So house that I used to sell that, and so every time they say something about house
That's
that,
good.
like it, and it's only impacted.
Special salad.
I think the name is everything.
Do you have dietary restrictions or you work?
I just told her I don't
Oh,
have dairy.
Oh, gotcha.
Strike went down for everyone a couple of months ago. Do you remember that?
I did not.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
I was like on my credit card
A lot
side
of
and
those
all of a
fake
sudden
cheeses
like
are really bad.
denial,
Yeah.
denial
Oh, yeah.
of service.
Pretty much
Some are really
For a second, I'm like, oh, this is not good.
That grounded a bunch of flights, didn't it?
I mean, the internet stopped.
Yeah.
But that's my point. It's like whenever you have that one entity and you have so much on one, and that also proves that cloud type must not be.
I didn't break it.
There's no such thing as totally secure.
Oh, it's green now. I thought you fixed it.
Yeah.
It was red the whole.
It was the whole time.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, Apple has
Oh.
okay. Literally everyone's trying to figure out how to break Microsoft.
Just get wired ones that drop down.
Big dog. Like I tell guys all the time, like a bug is nothing but software. Somebody created it. So your team of good guys got to be just as good as the other side.
Where are your kids at? Oh wow, they're all spread out. Yeah. At least in Texas though. What is the one in Abilene?
All right, I have the time is 7:35.
In Abilene, what is
A
it?
good hacker got to be just
If everyone will quiet their side conversations and we will resume the meeting. I'm looking at my notes for Article 2. I see no other proposals. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to talk about from Article 2? Hearing nothing, we'll close that item and move forward to item 3E. Discuss and consider action regarding recommendations for possible amendment to the city charter. Article 3, the city council. We will work on this item until no later than 10 o'clock.
Well, thank you.
Remember they said it's a long
I'm an old man. I gotta sleep.
So
He's playing blank.
All right. So looking at.
I was trying not to make eye contact.
Thank you.
There you go.
Looking at my notes here, not sure what proposal. Do you know what article proposal 3 goes over specifically, or?
It should be Article 3.
Access to
Well,
information.
but which one?
305. It's 305.
I would say do the council access to information one first.
Is it coincide with the one Mayor Weiss sent?
No, the one that coincides is the other one. That's why I said the other one first.
The one that coincides.
The council agenda placement one is the one that's across the mayor's one.
Yeah.
I had 305.
Okay, well, why send something on 305 too?
305, 309, 315, that's four.
I think it's proposal 4. It's the one.
3? That's what I'm thinking it is too.
I had
But these don't have numbers on them.
9.
Proposal 4 is the one that is the mayor's one, and then proposal 3 is.
So the numbers were enumerated in the names, but
They were
not
on the title
printed.
of the document, but not in the.
So 305 is council access to information? or-
Yeah, let's do that one.
We're gonna have to go through.
All right, so I'm gonna look, we'll just go through and call them just to make sure nobody has anything specific to them. If we pass something and later on you realize you did want to talk about it, we can always bring it back up. Section 301, number selection and term. I don't think anybody wants to change that. Section 302, term limits. Set to 3, I don't think anybody wants to change that. 303, qualifications, be a resident. And here's an example of where it references another section. Section 304, compensation. I think we'll come back to that one. I've seen a lot of different addendums for that. No, let's jump into that one. We'll take them in order. 304, compensation. Yeah, that's the first one, and taking them in numerical order best I can.
Yeah.
Is this also one that will take us all the way to 10?
Well, I just want to go on record and say that our council members and mayors should get paid.
The what?
Our council members and mayors should get paid.
Oh, absolutely.
And now what that number is,
You got
I don't
something
know
for
yet.
that.
Right.
But I think definitely more than just the mileage has to be considered.
Is there a specific proposal on the floor?
No, I'm just saying that because it's part of 3, and you mentioned 304. So I think when you have a city like Maynard who passed it, Round Rock has it, we shouldn't be lower than Maynard. It should be, and I guess I'm just trying to be reasonable as it relates to smaller and larger cities. So with Round Rock having 100-some thousand members, I don't think we should be bigger than them. But at the same time, we should be less than Maynard.
Is Maynard on here? What's Thursday?
Maynard
Not on there.
Yes, so Maynard. But at the same time, I don't think we have full-time participation. Like, isn't all City of Austin full-time?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think that's necessary. So, but definitely paid is the first thing. And what that number is.
On here either.
Is somebody proposing something specific?
So I'll start out.
There's
I move that the council members get paid.
I
Yeah.
agree.
So how many?
That's a
second
full-out
that.
motion.
Let's just do a.
Full-out motion for the record.
Let me just do a preliminary assessment. How many people think council members and mayors should be paid?
Absolutely.
How many people think they should? All right, so let's start here. The arguments for why they shouldn't be paid.
I think that they should be reimbursed for
They
any
are,
expenses that
right.
that occurred during their term. I don't think that they should be paid.
Oh.
I don't. I believe that we have people who are coming in and being elected to volunteer for our community and being paid to be there changes that dynamic. It changes why they're there. Are they there to receive a paycheck or are they there to serve our community?
The cost of running an election is
Okay,
so much,
hold on.
though, right?
Lacey, 1 second.
If
Lacey,
running their own election is.
We're not debating right now.
Right.
I just want.
Okay.
I got four hands up. You're gonna get your turn, and so we're gonna everybody that raised their hand no is gonna get a chance to speak, and we'll get to hear their arguments. Right? Like we're not gonna get in a fight about it. Please continue.
Basically, that was it. I believe it changes the dynamic of the why they're there. Why are they serving our community? Are they there because they want to be there to help our community, or are they there because they want to receive a paycheck? And it will, in my opinion, it will change the why.
All right.
One of the things that sorry.
No, you voted. You were going in favor of it. I'm going for the people against it first.
I'm sorry.
You're next.
So I am not strongly opposed to it. I just think that it like when I look at the amount of compensation that's available, I think most people would prefer to volunteer versus if you break down that hourly amount they're going to be earning, like they would rather volunteer. So you're muddying the water. So what I'm trying to figure out is I would want there to be compensation if that like opened up the availability of who could serve, right, on council. I'm just not sure that any of the proposals we're going to make are going to change who is available to serve. And so that's really more the point. I don't think we should be paying people $100,000 a year to be on city council, right? But if we're paying them 10, I think there's a lot of professionals that would rather just volunteer their time than take that $10,000. So that would be me. If I'm ever on city council, I'll do it for free. I'd rather do it for free than pay a small stipend.
Thank you.
That's really, it's not like a huge. I will not fight you on this one. Like, I'm going to go down.
I'm just here to moderate, sir.
I'm just telling you, I'm going to go down easy, guys. I just want to.
Charlie, what do you got for us?
First of all, that is, we as adults, we know what we sign up for at this stage in life. First of all, when you sign up for that position, you know it's non-paid. You know that from the start. So if you're looking for a paid position, that's not the one to sign up for. That's number one. It's already slated, you already know that. Yeah, you compensated for things like mileage or whatsoever. I can give an example, like, what's the criteria?
Oh, I apologize. What's the criteria of one that would negotiate one to be paid? I can give one situation, well, I won't give a name of the person. My wife works for the state, and someone was supposed to come down and they were going to do an overview of a situation here in Pflugerville, and the person didn't show up to 3 hours late. So how do you clarify that for his payment? There's no rules or guidelines for you to get paid. If you're going to get paid, maybe some guidelines have to be put in there for what you do, or where you go, how many places you go, how much time you spend in the community. It needs to be some type of guidelines that they have to follow to go by if we're going to pay. Again, I just go back to that first thought. This was a non-paying, I'm not going to say job. This was a non-paying situation that you wanted to be in, that you wanted to help the community. By paying it, it kind of negotiates that. It's like, I'm paid now, I really don't have to go over here. Well, that's just my 2 cents.
Terry?
I got more than 2 cents.
Yes. I was hoping they'd cover some of yours.
Well, I'd like to first start out with the fact that I was on the last charter committee, and the last charter committee voted against pay. And then the city council came back, circumvented that, and put that on the ballot. Mm-hmm. And that ballot was just a little over 2 years ago. Okay. 5,501 people voted in that election. 52.43% of them voted against pay. Okay. So us circumventing those voters again. Okay, we're they've already voted on this. So are we going to badger them? Vote again on something that they already voted against? Less than 2 years ago? So that's my first one on it, is recognize that the voting public already said no to it. We're going to have an election and ask them again. How many times are we going to do that? Until they finally vote?
Yes.
So that's my first point. Second point, this is me. Sorry about being so small.
No, you good.
I didn't put that together. I believe this was a study that was actually done by Leander. If you look at that, if you can read it, if you look at that, first of all, let me tell you there's a correction for Taylor. Taylor is not $300 per year. Okay. Recently, Taylor had an election shortly after this was printed in 2023. I did go back through and verify these, that they're still valid, and still Taylor. But I had to go through their city charters and to their, where they had their setup and rules, not just city charters, but they had the city rules also, in different places. Taylor actually voted to pay their city councilman $750 for the mayor and $500 for council members a month. And the residents went and did a petition and came back and rescinded that. This is the headline. Taylor voters repealed council's pay raise, set new compensation rate.
Please don't read the news article.
Okay. So, well, I'm explaining why this is not the same. So, the number that's in the one that was sent out by the city, that's correct for Taylor. Okay. That said, on this, that's 18 Central Texas cities. This isn't El Paso, this isn't Dallas. These are Central Texas cities from Belton down to New Braunfels, Round Rock, Leander, Liberty Hill. These are our peers. And if you notice, most of these cities are close to our range of citizens. There are several on here that have twice as many citizens as Pflugerville. Of those 18 Central Texas cities, 7 of them pay less than $1. Most of them pay $0.
What's that dollar amount for?
It's like that, so pays $1.
Yeah, you got Belton pays $1. It's a token. It's a token payment of $1. As opposed to paying them $0, they pay them $1. It's a token.
That's $0.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's $0. That's $0. So that's why you can't count that.
Less than $1.
Put that on $0. You say it's in tax.
All right, Terry's got the conch right now, guys.
Yeah.
You gotta be in a position.
Of the 18, 12 of them pay less than $1,800 a year. That's a vast majority of the Central Texas cities that pay less than $1,800. You got a couple on here that really skew it. San Marcos just skews the average for $23,400. They just skew it out of the water. But even at that, the average for all these cities here for a city council compensation was $4,575, and for the mayor, $7,169. That's the average. That's being skewed by San Marcos. If you took San Marcos off of that, then it'd be a lot lower, about half of that. So it is a volunteer position. You're elected to it. It's a volunteer position. Like you were saying, if you go in it, knowing what it is.
You have 1 more minute, sir.
So the whole point is there's a lot of cities in here with twice as many or more citizens that don't pay their citizens anyway. Why is Pflugerville an exception? And why are we going back to the voters again? Talking about going back to the voters, compared to 2 years after they said no. That's badgering the voters. That's not asking the voters. We're going to keep asking you till you say yes. That's not right. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Can I get another minute? No. No, I'm just asking.
No, I want to go around. Everyone had their time, sir.
I'll miss it shorter.
All right, we'll start over here with Mr. Zendejas.
Well, at first I wanted to say yes, but I think I volunteered for the Disabled American Veterans. I volunteered to be a service officer to handle claims for veterans. And I'm overwhelmed with them. And just recently, December the 29th or 30th, they sent out a memo that says that now we're going to be responsible to submit the claim directly to the VA, where there is people getting paid to do that. So if I'm a city councilman or a mayor or something, I don't know if I have the incentive to do the job that I'm elected to do based on monetary compensation. Then that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, sir. Lacey?
I see how much our city council members do in the community. They're at everything all the time, and I think a stipend. I'm not saying we should pay them a full year's salary would be helpful just to offset some of their expenses. And I know that we reimburse for mileage and things like that, but your time is really valuable. And I also know how expensive it is to run a campaign, and a lot of people are self-funding and they don't have the ability to. There's a lot of people who don't have the means to be on city council, and so I'm kind of like Jim. Like if it would open up the opportunity for more people, then I think that would be amazing. I don't know that the stipend depends on how much we. I think that's the discussion, right? Because you were against it because you said, I think it wouldn't open up the opportunity at that low level of pay. But so I guess that's kind of the discussion I would like to have is, at what level and where it would be meaningful enough for somebody who is not in a financial situation to be able to run. So.
I also agree that the council and the mayor should be paid, and I know that there's a lot of reading that they have to do, a lot of prep that is involved even before they get to a meeting and spend their time there. I do think that when we had it on the ballot last time, we did have an amount that was maybe higher than what it should have been. I do think that we should tie it to attendance at meetings, as some of the cities have done, because that way you know that they're actually at the meeting, and I do think it would help some people who would like to be, even if it's a small amount, it could keep them from that part-time job, and instead they're getting a little bit of money to come to these meetings. So I do see it as something that opens it up and doesn't make it just self-interest, or I have a business and I want to be more known in the city, so I'm going to run for city council. So that's my take.
Thank you.
I wrote down a few things because I knew that question was going to come up. So I think that fair compensation for time and work. I volunteer on a lot of organizations. Most of them, at least 5. I don't get paid. I don't think a city council person should have that same luxury, so to speak. So fair compensation for the time work. Serving on the city council is not just attending meetings. It often involves reviewing complex documents, meeting with constituents, working on committees, and responding to emergencies or other ongoing issues. Paying a salary recognizes this workload and treats the role as a real labor, not a hobby. Accessing inequity. Y'all know they always responding to different requests where they're not being paid for it. If council positions were unpaid, only people who are wealthy, retired, or have a flexible job could afford to serve. Accountability and professionalism. Paid officials are generally held to a higher expectation for performance, ethics, and attendance. A salary reinforces that council members are responsible for delivering results and can be evaluated by voters as professionals, not volunteers. And then attracting qualified candidates. Competitive compensation helps attract individuals, which it would attract me, with expertise in law. My background is finance, planning, education, or public administration. Then reducing conflicts of interest. When council members are unpaid or underpaid, they may rely more heavily on outside employment, increasing the risk or perception of conflicts of interest. A salary can reduce pressure to seek influence elsewhere. And that's my take on it.
Thank you. Tracy, you're next.
So, being in favor of it, my main point is the accessibility and opening up, removing invisible barriers, really, saying, I have to have a part-time job in order to make ends meet, so therefore I don't have time to do council work. Or I spend so much time doing council work that I can't do a part-time job that would help me make ends meet. So that's my main point. to Terry's point though, I get the idea of not wanting to put it back in front of voters so soon after it was already there. So I struggle with that piece of it. While I agree that council members and mayors should be paid an amount, I like the idea of it being tied to attendance or tied to something. We're not talking about paying an amount that makes it a full-time job. It's just helping to bridge the time gap, like the compensation of the amount of time that goes into it. So I mean, that's how I feel about it. I think that there's a lot of, when I look at the data, you know, I guess I'm a little confused at thinking as Pflugerville being an outlier if we were to provide compensation. To me, I feel like we're an outlier for not providing compensation. When you look at the immediate cities around us that are similar size, fast growing, it provides some form of compensation. So it's, you know, when you look at Round Rock, Georgetown, you know, I think, I don't know if Kyle's on this list,
No,
but
St. Marcus.
they provide compensation. We don't have to go so high as like, I mean, San Marcos has what was it? They don't have like a high amount, you know, it's like a small
But that's
city.
because it's college though, like, and they have a lot of residents that aren't actually residents in.
Well, that's
Okay, we're not
true.
at the discussion point yet.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I just think that there's something, you know, we're not trying to fund people's campaigns by compensating them as a council member. However, the amount of time that they put in for the 3 years that their term is, that's a lot. And you're asking a lot of someone, that they have to take something else off their plate. So I just think there's an opportunity to really look at this. And maybe it's not this go around, and maybe it's the charter becomes something where we say it needs to be, you know, like some kind of a temporary committee needs to evaluate. I don't know if a temporary committee could go into the charter, but it needs to have some kind of a study done, unless it's already been done, like updated to 2025, 2026 standards. You know, where are we today? Is there a way to get citizen feedback to say, hey, you know, if there was something that was compensated in this way, would it actually open the door for you to say yes and raise your hand and do more with the city?
Thank you. Carol?
So there are 2 points for me, and it's like a lot of people have already said what I would have said. When you're at the end, you're going to be hard put for something to add in probably. But equity is a big issue for me. And I think of a lot of single parents who have to pay just to pay a babysitter to be out at a meeting or something like that. So there's that. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was this idea that if you run for something because it's paid as opposed to a volunteer position, that you have any less or more commitment. I've been working in politics since before many people at this table were even a sparkle in Mama's eyes. And so I've dealt with people at the federal level, the state level, and local levels who run for office, and they do it because they have generally, there's always an exception, but generally speaking, most people do it because they want to serve. They see a need in the community, and they want to speak to that, and they want to represent a group within their community. They don't do it because they're going to get paid. And most positions, if you look at an equivalent position anywhere in the private sector, except maybe education, they're being undercompensated for whatever time they're putting into being part of a governing body. So equity is a big one for me, and opening it up so that everybody who would like to do it has a chance to do it.
And what's the max time I got?
I'm not telling anybody. I'm just going to cut you off.
I'm gonna be real. Believe it or not, believe this time I'm gonna be real succinct. I think at the end of the day, I've served on a number of sessions, never got paid. Everything I've done has been voluntary, right? I've literally traveled to speak out of state on my dime, right? And so at the end of the day, the volunteerism thing is never the conversation, their passion for participating is never the compensation. It's never the question, because none of the salaries that have been presented here show that they can quit their day job. At least because every one of these is pretty much poverty level. Like, so this is not a day job. This is a token of appreciation. And I think we have to show the level of appreciation for our leaders, because at the end of the day, like, I don't see a lot of people as much as I see Rudy. Rudy at everything.
Everything.
When I say everything,
He did 2 polar
And-
plunges this weekend.
yeah, I mean, I love it for it, but I don't even see how much Victor went to, right? Rudy's at basketball games. We saw one dude at the park on one night. Rudy came to his business the next day. Every council member has that same thing. Doug, I remember a friend of mine telling me that Doug came to her house just to listen when he was a city council member, right? This is normal for that position of city council member. So if nothing else, we got to just take care of our own, even a token of appreciation that's substantial. I get it that they, the one for Liberty Hill says 40,000 here. They voted it down to 18,000, by the way. So it's not 40,000, it's 18,000 now. But it was 40. I think that's excessive, but a token of appreciation that's nominal, plus their per diem for, not that their per diem, their expenses, their mileage,
compensation,
or
reimbursement.
like if I go to like, think about it, and I don't know if this is the case now. Like, if I go and represent I'm mayor, and I go to like a banquet for VA, is that out of my Gregor Harrington's pocket, or is it out of? Can I send that ticket to the city?
You said succinct. You got 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm done. But the main thing I think overall is just the token of appreciation for our leaders.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Me, right?
You got, now you're up.
I'm ready. Okay. Everyone has said everything that I want to say except for one thing. Civic responsibility. We, as people who aren't interested in city government, have one opportunity to be civically responsible, and that's voting. So I kind of am opposite of you, as anything that is brought up to the table that the public gets an option to vote on is an accessibility thing for me, because they are probably not paying attention to anything, and then all of a sudden we have a conversation and they're like, there's this big day, it's coming up, guess what's on the docket, and they still don't know, but at least they actually get to see it. And so a 52% decline, fine, at least our constituents got to say something. So that's the only point that I'd make, that I think bringing up this topic more than once, especially for the size of our town, isn't a crazy idea. And so that's why, included with everything that it says, that I would move it forward.
Thank you for showing us what succinct really means.
They forced it,
Believe it or not, that was my
Sam.
I'm somewhere in the middle here. Be convinced either way, and at this point it looks like the ayes are going to have it here, so I don't know if my vote really matters, but I just wanted to kind of put some general thoughts out there. I mean, paying public officials has been around since the actual Constitution. There was a big debate on that, they didn't want a gentleman class of leaders. So it's not an unreasonable principle. There's the component of, do we have budget for spending more money, which is not an excessive amount of money for a city our size, but you got to keep that in mind. I don't necessarily buy the argument that people are not going to be motivated if they're not paid. They shouldn't be on there if they're not motivated. I also am not super fan of the argument that they should get reimbursed for their election.
Yeah, because we lost and we didn't get reimbursed.
Correct.
It helps.
I think if we're going to do something like this, it definitely should have a clause in there that the current city council members do not get paid until after they get another election, just so that when people get the chance to vote, that they want that person to get paid. I do think Terry's point that we've already voted on this is a pretty significant one. I think we have to have a significant reason to say we want to try this again. And I don't know, I think it was with 9,000 last time it was up. I think we need to there needs to be, I think, a succinct point of there is a specific reason why we want to disagree with the voters and force them to ask them this again. I do agree that we should tie it to attendance if we're going to do this. I pulled the attendance reports just to send them out, and like, doesn't look like we have an attendance problem, but at the same time, I think that still makes sense. To Barbara's point somewhat, expense reimbursements are, this should not be a salary where people are motivated to run just to get the money. Waco's not on this list, but I think Waco had like $100,000 number. If there's $100,000 salary, there's going to be people who just like, I'll run an election just to get $100,000 salary and not care about the city. This definitely should be on the level of, I want to be reimbursed enough money so that I can hire a babysitter or take the time to go do this, but this is not something that I'm not.
What's the part about Waco?
Waco's on another list.
There's 6,000.
We'll have discussion in a minute. Sam has the floor.
I think there was another one that was, I don't know if it was Waco, but there was one that looked like there was $100,000 salary.
They got 100,000 people.
I may have misread that.
Sir.
I think it should be tied to like, this is about what you would, lost revenue from like not going to a part-time job or having enough money to pay for your expenses that your time is worth to come sit here and do this job.
1 minute.
Not necessarily all the work, but like the meetings. And then I think that's about it. But yeah, some things we need to consider there. I mean, there's some definite issues that we need to work out and make sure there's actually a reason for us doing this. That's all I got.
I just want to point out,
Thank you,
Terry
sir.
talked longer than me and Sam.
No,
together.
that is not true, sir.
Combined.
Josh?
I mean, at this point, we're at this end of the table. I think everybody has said, honestly, everything that I wanted to say, from the, keywords like incentive, invisible barriers to entry and stuff like that. And then by the time it got to like this side of the table, we started talking about what's the purpose of a council member. They're here to serve their community, like you said, Carol. And so, like you said, Gregory, there should be some way of showing a token of appreciation, right? So that they could use that money to, pay for that babysitter that they to get to the meeting and whatnot. And I hear that concern about putting it back on the ballot after voters have just voted on this. But my experience, talking with voters and doing civic work the past couple years is that voters are really forgetful. They really are. So if we put this back on the ballot, I really don't think anybody's going to, well, not anybody, I don't want to say anybody, but I don't think it's going to be a big uproar of like, hey, this was on the ballot 2 years ago, why are we doing this again? But nonetheless, it would still be for the voters to decide, so it would be, left to them, and what we decide here, I don't think is, it's not anything set in stone, right? So I'm part of the yays. I do like the, points that were brought forth, and I definitely agree with what y'all have said so far.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now for me. So we talked about the last election, and 5,501 people voted, and that proposition failed by 275 votes. The voters were tired. They didn't care about coming to the polls, and some of them just didn't know. So my thing is, I believe that the council and mayor need to be compensated. Every time a council member or mayor comes to my church on Sunday, whether it's to present a resolution or to celebrate an anniversary, they're there for at least 2 hours. And the mileage may be 10 miles from their house to our church. So there's no compensation. They come. Most of them, they come willingly, and they participate. They answer the questions, they return phone calls, and they show up. So I believe that they should be compensated. When they're here till 10 o'clock at night, sometimes, they're not compensated. I mean, they're losing revenue from their businesses, those who have businesses. So I think it's an equity issue. I volunteer on a lot of things, and I don't get compensated, but I do it because it's a service call for me. It's the same thing with mayor and council. They do it not because there's money. I mean, the last election, $9,000 for council members, $12,000 for mayor. I may have that backwards, but that's a year. I mean, that's not a lot of money. And I know that I think it's not a reimbursement. Trista can correct me. I think that they get the compensation for their mileage to conferences, their meals, etc. It's not on a reimbursement basis. I think, if I remember what you sent, that the city pays, and I don't know how that works. So for them to take the time to research, when I come to council, before I come, I'm looking at the agenda item, I'm reading, I'm researching, I'm preparing whether or not I want to speak, and that's this much compared to what they do. So they invest a lot of time in serving this community, and I think they should be compensated. And I'm not saying $40,000, but and I think putting it back on the ballot will give those voters who didn't vote a chance to think about this and to actually vote. If you come to the council meetings, you'll see what they do or how they're prepared. And I agree it has to be tied to coming to the meetings. You don't get a stipend if you don't show up. Okay, don't get a stipend if you don't show up. And you don't get paid if you sit up there and you don't participate. So there should be some expectations regarding attendance and being prepared and participating in order to support the citizens of Pflugerville. That's it.
Thank you. So,
My motion's been for this, by the way.
I'm sorry, sir.
I made an official move. I moved.
You did?
I said I moved that.
I didn't hear that.
So
Are we going to have further discussion?
We will in a minute.
I know you said you were in favor.
So, excuse me, guys. Come on. So what I'm hearing is a lot of consensus towards yes, they should be compensated, but there's a range of compensation levels from a token amount to a livable wage. Just to give everyone some benchmarks in terms of what we're looking at or what we're considering, median income in Pflugerville, Terry knows this, $110,000. That's the median income in Pflugerville. Is a median general population. We're talking. I'm just trying to find numbers out here to kind of figure out, because we were talking about attracting people.
I think we should ask also.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute, sir. Give me a minute.
I'm sorry. We didn't hear you.
So the median household income in Pflugerville, Texas, is around $112,000. What is considered the federal poverty level is 15.6. That's minimum wage times 2,040 hours. What is considered a livable salary to live in Texas, it ranges from $45,000 to $50,000 a year is what's considered a livable salary. So there's a couple of ways we can do this. We can go into discussions about what the number should be and codify that number in the charter. Or we can amend the language that says they will be compensated, and then in Article 8, create a council salary committee that meets once a year that decides what the salary should be, rather than letting the council decide what it should be. And they may decide it's 0, they may decide it's 100,000, they may decide it's 40, they may decide that someone doesn't deserve it or whatever, right? So there's a couple ways we can go, and there may be other ways, but I'm open to discussion on how we should proceed. Greg's first.
My only thing would be just like, just make sure, one, I just find the sentence also just put their prices in it, right? That's the one. But the other is try to make sure it's future proofed. You know what I mean? We don't want to make it so low that in 2 years, like I think it shouldn't be up for discussion for another 10 years if it passes. You know what I mean? But you don't want to make it so low that it's not helpful.
Right. Jamie?
Just clarification real quick. When we work on Article 8 for the board or the review,
Right.
who is designated into those committees?
We would decide how those board members are appointed.
Okay.
Right, which typically each council member gets to appoint one and the mayor gets to appoint two, but whatever. We read how the other boards are appointed and we would go into that. Yes, sir.
I'm very opposed to putting it on the board because if we're going to do this, like this needs to be pretty locked in. And this is effectively a board, and this meets like 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Like we need to make sure that and then if this board were to change that, it would go back to a vote, and so the people will get to decide whether or not they're going to increase it. I don't think there should be a board that can just be like, oh, it's 300,000, or I think it should be, this is locked in the charter. And then next time we'll reevaluate.
Gotcha. Gotcha, Charlie.
Just for clarification, so are we saying that we want compensation? Is that what we're pushing forward?
We haven't moved that forward yet, but I got 4 people that were against it, 4.5.
3.5.
Yeah, 3.5. I don't know. We had some going back and forth, but the majority of the room was in favor of compensation.
Do we have any data that shows what they are receiving now for mileage, meals, or whatsoever? A medium of what they're receiving for
whatever their expenses are, it's covered.
Excuse me?
Whatever their expenses are, they're reimbursed for them.
Yeah, but do we know what that number is?
It's less.
As far as dollar amount?
So I sent that out in the email. Rough estimate about $800 a year for mileage and per diem reimbursement for conferences. It's a little hard to pin down because of some shifts and things, but roughly that amount.
Per council member, per person?
Total.
Wow.
I don't know if that's relevant just because that's a net zero. They're paying money out to get the money back, so they're basically just using business expenses.
All right, to go back, were you raising your hand? Okay, I'll come back. To go back to your question, one of Terry's favorite things to remind me of is that I tried to tie the salary to the population so that it's. You said you want it to be future proof, right? And so you say it's 50 cents per person or whatever. That way, every 10 years, it's automatically reevaluated based on the population. Charlie said it's never been done before, so we'd be unique in doing that. But anyway,
I wouldn't want to do that.
So,
do I need to time you?
Yes.
maybe. So out of the 18 central Texas cities, 14 of them were $6,000 less. Let's just give you an example. Only 4 of them had more than that. And these are central Texas cities of our sizes. These are our peers, peer cities. And Sam, there's a 100,000 plus. That's Austin. Okay, and Austin actually does have, their pay is pretty significant, but then they have 993,000 people that they represent. And when you divide it out, it's 11 cents per resident is what they pay theirs. Okay, not $1, not 50 cents, 11 cents per resident is what they pay. When you divide that out by the residents to what they get paid. My suggestion is, obviously I'm going to be overruled here because we're going to go back to the voters again. But if we're going to go back to the voters, we probably should go back to them with something different. Okay? And I am totally against just pay the council without a number on there. Because the voters don't know what they're going to pay the council. Okay, well, are we going to pay them $100,000? Are we going to pay them $1? They need to know what they're voting for. And so, if we're going to go back, I'm going to make the same suggestion that I made during the council meeting that we had it. If we're going to pay them, paying the average of what we have of these cities that are listed here, okay? That average is $4,575 for the council members and $7,169. Do it in that range.
Is that the cost per year?
If you go back to them at $9,000 for the council and $12,000 for the, there's no change from the last ballot.
30 seconds.
And so go back to them with a more reasonable offer. That's how you get stuff done. If you want the council paid, go back to them with a lower offer and say, hey, you didn't want $12,000, $9,000. Okay, we're going to half that. We're going to do $7,000 and $4,000, $4,500. And maybe I'll pass this time. And maybe I won't spend all my time fighting it.
That part.
Which I can guarantee you, if you go back to the other one, I will. But it's possible if you go back to the
Thank you, Terry. Okay, wait, I'm going around the room, seeing anybody else
What was that number?
$4,500.
Too damn low.
The original, the last
The,
vote was.
the original one was
12
9,000 for council member, 12,000 for the mayor.
Okay.
And some people said that was not a reasonable amount, and they voted for it because they thought it was a pay decrease. I don't know. People assume council's paid. Everyone I talk to, yeah. Anyway, I'm not talking. Go ahead.
I think we're talking about kind of two different things. The idea of a token for people for doing the work, or equity in allowing people who couldn't afford to do it. I don't think that $6,000 is going to, I mean, it would help somebody, but I don't think it's going to open the doors for people that wouldn't normally be able to do this. Like, I mean, you're going to have money to.
That's why I researched the living wage to give us a benchmark. And so if we were thinking about equity, then we need to be thinking in the $45,000 range.
Yeah. I don't think the voters are going to go for that.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Greg, or we're coming back to Sam? Sam.
So I had a question for Tristan. If we set out the attendance thing, so there's 26 meetings last year. If the council member were to come in and do the absolute bare minimum, but attend everything they're supposed to, is that the 26 meetings, or is there more to that? To go off of Lacey's point, you know, if you're looking at basically, you're not giving them a wage to work a job, you're giving them a wage to attend council meetings and that kind of thing.
There were two attendance things I sent you. That is because the system I use for minutes, some of them I put in attendance if there's votes. If there's not votes, I don't always put in attendance. So that first report, it doesn't get the full picture.
Yeah.
Both of those items are all of the publicly posted council meetings for 2025. So the difference is a regular council meeting versus a special council meeting versus a one-off work session versus a retreat, that kind of thing. All of that are the posted council meetings. That doesn't include
8-hour retreats.
what you may be referring to as like other activities they might do. Only council meetings.
So I mean, my point, I guess, is like if you were to sign up to be a council member and you're like, I don't have a lot of time, or I have to work my job or whatever, I have to show up for effectively 26 meetings of however long. 2 meetings a month approximately. And I think Hutto actually has a restriction where they pay per meeting, but limit is a max, yeah. But I think we shouldn't be looking at this as like this is a job we're paying them to do. And it's not necessarily a token either, though. It should be, this is the appropriate amount to compensate them for enough time to do the job. Not necessarily if they want to go, spend 500 hours on it, they're welcome to do that, but not everybody can do that now.
30 seconds.
I think the money should be based off of, okay, you're going to attend 2 meetings a month, they're going to be X long, and this is the appropriate amount to cover bases.
Do you have an appropriate amount in mind?
I mean, I think Terry's probably in the ballpark. It's probably lower than what we did last time. It's probably above 5, so I would think somewhere between like 5 and 7.
Jamie?
So using Terry's calculation and our population, so I would say like 11 cents per constituent, right? It would put us at like 8,000 a year, which then I think of the break, where I'm coming from is this is more of like in a month, if I were to pick up extra income is more of the ways I was thinking about it. So like gig work, if we're gonna talk about it the way I'm thinking, then that's like $2,000, $3,000 a month that would potentially help me and my family to work that out. $2,000 a month, I'd put it there. Let's say I'll leave it at $2,000.
Got it. Greg?
I may be the minority here, but I don't want it associated with attendance. And the reason why I don't want it to be associated with attendance is simply because life happens. Life happens. And so it's a token of appreciation. There's 0 ways that you can sustain your rent, your car note, your living expenses with anything that even I propose. Like I'm like at least $1,000 for the council member and $1,500 for the mayor, because you want it to be substantial, you want it to be impactful, and I think that in itself can also be.
Just to clarify, you're talking about a month.
A month or
a month. And so and I'm thinking monthly bills. So that's 12,000 per year, 18,000. And the reason why,
50% more than what they voted down last time.
but that's the thing about it, is like when it comes down to collective people, especially whenever you have a charter group that now, be mindful of the difference in what has been stated. This charter group is strongly in favor of it. Last time, the charter group was not. So that is a different demographic. And more importantly, Terry doesn't have that fight that he can't use that as a component. Because if the charter supports it, you now have this entire body. Hey, you was on the charter, you brought it up. Why you brought it? You made it positive. And so at the end of the day, it needs to be substantial and not outdated. Because somebody gets sick. That's probably the time when they need the money more.
And your point is that's still not a livable wage.
It's not a livable wage. It's absolutely not a livable wage, but they may need extra care. They may need to go to the doctor more often. They may need babysitting more often. But $500 a month is not substantial. It needs to, and it's definitely not future proofed. So what I said was 12 grand and 18,000. Is that the?
That's what you're saying.
Meeting is what you're saying.
I'm not even doing. I'm just thinking substantial. I don't want to tie it to a meeting because the reality of it all, the meeting is easy. The meeting.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. I don't want it to be tied to attendance of a meeting because they're meeting, like she said, at a church. They're going to a funeral of a citizen. They're going to the VA joint, right? They're doing a lot of extra stuff. They're going in the chambers before and after. So I don't want it to be tied to attendance. There's so much more that they do than just a council meeting. And so I don't want that to be it, ever.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to come.
He had his up first.
Go ahead.
So everybody's talking about dollar amounts, but I'm just curious, since we slashed that committee or commission or whatever that would review the salaries or compensation if that happened, that idea was thrown out there, right? So if this does get approved by voters, would the power to increase the pay in the future be given to the city council, or would that have to go back to
It would live in the charter. It'd be codified in the charter and it wouldn't come up for another 5 years.
It needs a vote every 5 years.
This committee
This committee could decide whether or not they want to change it.
So the council would not be able to affect it at all.
Correct. And then I think Carol, and then over here.
Yeah.
Over here first?
They were first.
Okay. And I'm mispronouncing your name, aren't I? It's not Jolly.
Yeah, it is.
It's Jolie? Oh, Jolly. Okay, it is Jolly.
Have yourself a Jolly Christmas.
I've had that in my head forever, but then I remember you introducing yourself, and I don't know. Sorry.
Go back to the first thing that I said. This position has been around for many of years. You know what you're getting into when you sign that piece of paper. This is what you want to be. We'll go back to that first of all. Secondly, if it is decided that they receive compensation monthly, annually, would that make them a city employee?
No.
No.
It would not make them a
No,
city.
sir.
How do you know that?
Because I know that.
This is stipend.
No, I'm serious.
I'm serious.
I don't want it to go from here, and then we say, yes, we want them to get compensated. Now they're a city employee.
They are not a city employee, sir.
That's why it's deemed a stipend or honorarium.
They're
Yeah,
not
but
an
we say
employee.
that, but we don't know that for
No, we
sure.
do know
right?
this.
It's fair.
Yeah, there's something
So
in the
if you
charter.
think about it, a person who's elected to Congress gets paid, but they are not a federal employee. It would be the same thing.
Okay.
If you're elected to the State House in Texas, you are paid, but you are not a state employee.
Okay. And one other thing is that, okay, say for instance you are paid an amount a month annually. Does that still include the additional for travel for any other
Still,
type of expenses?
it
So
would
that's
not,
on top of that.
It would not affect reimbursement.
So it will be on top of
Yes, sir.
the reimbursement. Just want to clarify.
Urgent.
I agree with Terry. We can't go back with the same number, and so we reduce it to something reasonable. I don't know if that's 5,000, 8,000. I don't know, but don't go back with the same number. But we also try to stress that this is not this. I still think we tie it to high expectations, which includes doing your homework, being at the council meeting, because we're not going to give you a stipend and you decide you're not going to show up. I mean, there's already a requirement in here that they attend, they can't miss more than 3 consecutive council meetings.
Right.
That's already in the charter. So that's an expectation. So I still think we go back, we figure out whatever dollar amount we want to go back to, and we tie it to the 5-year review by the Charter Commission. And it still includes reimbursement for those mileage and other expenses. To me, that's fair.
I'm going to come to Carol.
I just wanted to say the idea of tying it to population made eminent sense to me. That's how we pay for students, not enough, but editorializing, sorry. But that per person population, I would want it to be more than 11 cents because Austin, it's a different scale. Your council people in Pflugerville are probably doing 85% at least of what a full-time Austin councilman or woman is doing. They're just doing it on a smaller scale. So I like the population tie. And I also like the review by the charter committee every 5 years.
Can you suggest a allocation cents?
I have no idea because I wasn't sitting here calculating, but I would, minimum to me would be 25 cents a person based on our population.
$16,000.
That's a lot.
Yep.
Per
And
council
I just
member.
don't. I
But it
think for
could be
mine,
based on
Yeah.
voters too. I mean, you could do it by adult population rather than kids. I don't, but.
All right, I want to come back. Thank you, Carol. I want to come back
Yeah,
to
we
Terry.
have
my argument against
So a couple of things.
the
First of
job
all,
don't change based on
none of these cities, including Austin, tied to the population. Not one of them.
he was just
They're, Austin, only tied it myself to by dividing it out.
But
It's
I
not
like that
tied to
idea.
it. And Austin's per citizen cost of what I said, 12 cents or whatever. That's the exception. The majority of these cities over here are $0 tied to it. They're not getting a penny per resident. So Austin is.
Terry, raising your voice will not help your argument, sir.
So Austin is one exception among all of these. It's a unique thing here. Again, I go back to the fact that none of these cities may have a living wage. None of them. It's not meant to be a living wage. None of the cities that was listed in the other around the state was a living wage. It's not meant to be a living wage. It's a volunteer position. We would be the only city, other than Austin probably, that might be trying to give a living wage. All the city councilmen and women that are on up there, they got jobs. They work. They make a living wage. This is the side gig, the volunteer gig. Okay? Again, I think what's fair, if you're going to go back to the voters, ask them what the average is for Central Texas. And those averages are $4,500,
30 seconds.
$4,575, and basically $7,200 for the mayor. That's the average for Central Texas.
And as a note, you did not include Maynard.
I'm sorry?
You did not include
No,
Maynard.
this didn't-
Maynard is $7,500 for
Mayor
council.
would be $7,200.
75 by base.
$7,169. So instead round it up to 72.
Thank you,
It's
Terry.
7,500.
Sam?
I kind of want to reiterate a little bit of what Terry's saying.
Okay, we want to be careful not to reiterate and say the same arguments over and over again.
We need to focus on what we're trying to accomplish here. And what we're trying to accomplish here is that, hey, there are some situations where people may not want to run for office because they can't afford to be on this diet. This is not a charity case for the city just giving people money. We need to give them enough money that they're not out of pocket to try to do their job on the city council. And so this isn't we're just going to give them money and a living wage and then they can go not show up and they're going to just get a paycheck. This needs to be, this is enough money to cover your child care so you can come to this meeting, do your job, and then go home. This is a limited amount of money. It's got to be less than what we gave them last time. And we have to have that kind of goal in mind, is that we're not just trying to provide them sustainability, we're trying to give them the opportunity to run for city council and maybe the other questions.
I think the other thing is like
30 seconds. You done?
I think the other point that I'll just argue because we keep arguing about how much is
I'm going to solve that in a minute.
what?
I'll solve that in a minute.
No.
No, keep going.
Look, if you want to get it in and pass. If you're for compensation, get something that's going to pass this time, and then 5 years from now, we'll build it up.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
Let me.
I'm going to have one. I'm going to have. These are closing comments. So everyone gets 15 seconds.
All right. The main piece is the work does not change based on the number of people here. So I never wanted to be tied to the population because the population can increase. It can go. It can decrease. The work of the city council member and manager does not change.
Thank you, sir. Carol, I think you had your hand up. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Tracy. 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Best practices that I've just looked up actually show tying the amount into the charter is not a best practice. That the best practice is to say that it can be paid or may be paid, and an ordinance sets the pay.
Thank you.
More to it than that.
Anybody else closing comment, Jolly?
Yes.
15 seconds.
A lot of things we said around the room, but we have not mentioned accountability or validation of services rendered and who would be the validating person. Would that be a paid position?
Thank you, sir.
I want to suggest that we pay at least what Hutto is paying, and that is $500 for the mayor, a maximum of $1,000 per month, and $400 for city council, a maximum of $800.
Thank you. Anybody
Because
else?
their population is much lower.
Anyone else? All right, here's my proposal, and let me know if y'all think this is good. I've heard numbers of $500, which is about $6,000 a month. I've heard numbers of $1,000, which is $12,000 a year, and I've heard $2,000, which is $24,000 a year.
As council, right?
For council. And then what I'm recommending is that mayor is a 1.5 multiplier in that. The mayor gets 50% more. So on a 500 be 750, 1,000 be 1,500, 2,000 be 3,000. Just make it simple math so we're not fighting two battles, right? And so what I propose is that we'll put these three options up. Everyone will go around the room. I'll point at you and you can say 500, 1,000, or 2,000. Okay? And then we'll count those together to make sure we get it all right. Huh?
500, 1,000, 2,000.
Per month.
Per month for the council.
For council.
Gonna be zero.
So my suggestion doesn't count?
I included yours.
No, I said 4,500 a year.
A year.
And then you said 62, and then you said.
I said
Okay, so
7,000.
I rounded it.
$7,200 a year.
I rounded it to 500, sir.
$7,200 a year.
I rounded it to 500.
He rounded to $500.
It's still less than your $9,000 figure.
I didn't say that.
No, you said it had to be less than what was on the ballot before.
I like
your
even
argument.
numbers, too.
And 6,000 is less. All right, so
Terry, let's just load up on that.
yeah.
We'll
But,
load up on the $1,000.
so we've got. Does that sound good to everybody except for Terry?
Whenever you run for mayor, I want to see
So we're gonna go to 1.5 for the mayor, which would be.
So again, it'd be a multiplier of 1.5. So
Yeah, 1.5.
at 500 it would be 750. At 1,000 it would be 1,500. At 2,000 it would be 3,000.
And we're just deciding on the price, not how we're formatting that, and like is it per meeting?
That's the per month.
I'm saying like we're deciding on for the price per month, but we're not deciding on whether that's per meeting or per.
No, it just
Right now,
straight
right.
council,
And so,
straight salary.
and then we'll have the discussion about whether it should be tied to meeting or not. And we'll talk about performance, but I'm not sure we even want to go down that rabbit hole because that's.
It's already addressed. You can't miss more than 3-minute meetings consecutively.
Well, it's got to be more than
But you were talking about being prepared and whatnot. Does this sound good to everybody?
Can you repeat those numbers, please?
So I'll ask, so the numbers will be 500,
500 a month.
1,000 a month,
Okay.
or 2,000 a month.
And this is for the council?
That's for
and
council.
the mayor's one time?
And then,
1.5.
and it's 1.5 for the mayor.
Okay.
So 750, 1,500 a week.
All right? I don't know to go here or here. Who wants to go first? Jolly or Terry?
Just for the
I'm
record,
good.
do we want to make an official vote?
This is an official.
No, I'm talking about that. Collectively, we as a charter said we want the council paid. Is that official?
You want to do that first? Because I already got consensus on that. I'm trying to put together a motion.
Consensus, no need for a motion, or I think we should.
We
I move that we actually take
I'm the chair.
So I just want to make sure it's official in the record that it's a vote.
Let's let him do it. Let's let it rip.
That they get paid.
Let's go.
When we get to a number and we get to the final resolution, we wrap it up. You can vote for it or against it, and there's your vote for or not to pay him. Terry. Sorry, I don't necessarily know everybody's name. Philip. 1,000. Lacey.
500.
How am I doing this? There. I forgot to write my columns first. Okay.
500.
1,000.
0.
That's not an option.
It's got to be, because that's going to be mine.
But we collectively said we have to pay. So
We have
that one.
You can vote against it at the end, but you got to pick a number.
Then 500, Jim.
Mine is 0.
I'm sorry?
500.
1,000.
1,000.
500.
1,000.
We can slow down just real quick. Sorry, Jim. What did you say?
Jim? Yeah. Jamie.
500.
500.
That's not an option.
It's got to be an option because I'm not voting on anything else.
The vote is one of three numbers, sir.
The number I'm voting on is 0.
500.
Sorry. I
Does
just
not
don't
play
agree.
well with
It's
others.
not any accountability
So,
here, so
Jolly, can
0.
you maybe abstain?
Excuse me?
Would you like to abstain?
No, because then.
No,
Jolly, help us keep it low, man.
You're basically voting on what the proposal's going to be, but you can vote to 0 by voting against the proposal.
You can vote against it.
That's why we
Pay
that's why
less than Hutto if we do 500
I don't agree.
a month.
I'm sorry. I don't agree.
All right. So I show that we've got
500 a meeting.
we definitely
most of the folks voting for 500.
Yeah.
I got 9-ish. Take Barbara's away, we still have 8. Take Terry's away, we still have 7 for 500, and I have 5 for 1,000. All right, so $500 for council,
$750.
$750 for mayor. All right, now let's talk about: do we want to tie that to attendance?
That's already in. They have to go at least 3 times, right?
I think that's what Urcher pointed out, is that if you miss
But
3
that-
meetings, you
But
can
I
be.
think the tie to attendance is whether they. I guess currently take the money off. What's the penalty? They just get kicked off the board.
Yes.
That's it. That's enough.
But they could be excused, and that's the.
But like I said, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take them. It's like there's a chance they have vacation. They might have a funeral.
might have.
attend. You
Don't be on
can't
city
penalize.
council.
Well, let me clarify.
That's your kid gonna have a
You're gonna
special
be on
event.
vacation all.
All right, that's enough.
Can I clarify? Article 3.08, item 4 says failure to, these are removal from office reasons. Failure to attend 3 consecutive regular city council meetings without being excused by the council.
Right.
And there's a question, a comment on that later. I guess we'll talk about that.
Yeah, that's enough performance right there, in my opinion.
Yeah. So if you're going to a funeral, council can excuse you and not count that against you.
Right. Or if you're sick.
Yeah, that's my point. So
Or-
it's like at the end of the day, it's like I think that's already in it. But more importantly, like I think there was commentary about whether they come to my kid's soccer game, and that's unfair. You know, I think what was deemed to be the council's thing, and you may hold it against them, whether or not it is what it is. We can't be the ones that's judge a performance for whether participation or sometimes they may participate too much. Like I talk a lot, so that might be a negative.
We're aligning like bare minimum versus like their.
But that's what I'm saying. There was commentary about subjectivity of performance.
I see what you're saying.
We not that.
Yeah, I don't think
We're not that.
we don't want to get into that.
Right.
Yeah, so-
Does anybody else think there should be a performance standard to receive the money?
Yeah.
It's already in place.
It's already built in.
Yeah, it's built in.
Where is it built in?
In
If
the-
you get kicked
Urcher
out,
just read it.
Yeah, it's in
but
there.
you will stop getting your council. You'll stop getting your check if you ain't on council.
No, we're just talking about for performance, just that one item.
You got to show up. You got to
You're
show
not
up.
that. If you're missing the meetings, that means you done.
Like I said before.
You gotta show, you gotta.
But that's my point. So when you look at that,
that's no
if you miss
accountability.
3 consecutive meetings, that means you missed 75%. I mean 25% of that year's council meet. Well, 3. It's every 2, so it's 2. So you just have that 12 and a half, right? So at the end of the day, it's like if you get cut, you're now you're actually that's actually a lot. That's actually small. So you're gonna lose your salary or your stipend.
$500.
Yeah.
Closing comments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To his point.
Go do some military work.
If you're gonna, and I know this won't pass here, I'm just gonna throw it out there. If you miss a meeting, you can be, it's like I'm missing a day of work, I'm deducted for that day. So it's only making, it's the same thing, but I don't think it's really necessary.
You're saying we should give council members vacation days so they can use PTO if they miss a meeting?
You got
You're doing one excuse where it's like you get paid per meeting, one
I'm with Urcha. It's in there. I don't think we should touch it. This is a separate issue.
The other thing is that we don't have an attendance issue, like looking at the sheet. At the moment, everybody's showing up at meetings, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I also feel like you shouldn't even run for council if you know you're gonna be out for kids. Participation in your kids' soccer game. Why are you running?
I don't think $500 a month to somebody's earlier point, $500 a month isn't going to motivate anybody to run.
Yeah, if you're gonna do that, then you shouldn't even run for council.
Which I was surprised to hear some of the folks claiming for living wages were picking lower numbers, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
But you have to go low to get it to pass, though.
none of the stuff that we suggested was living wages. Because even when
12,000 didn't pass last time.
even
That's 2,000 a
2,000
month.
a month is 24.
Yeah.
That's not
9,000
living
didn't
wage.
pass.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't high enough is what I was thinking, but that's just me.
That's
That's just me.
That's why
We got younger people here now.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm serious.
The last time, we don't have kids. Like, I have a group of people, we have a large group, and we don't have kids. And so this would be an opportunity for us to participate and give us a consideration. But then I also comes with kids, and it's the same thing where you're talking about, like,
Exactly.
you know, maybe it's a single mom who wants to start.
Yeah, $500 is not gonna help her.
You know, civics responsibility. Maybe it's a stay-at-home mom that wants to participate. And so giving her the opportunity to take care of her kids so that she can have a social outing with her community is super impactful. So it's a diverse group of people in Pflugerville, and it's expanded. And I don't think the population actually is reflective of it in the way that we think it is. Because everyone's like, it's a suburb. And I hear that, and I just have had a different experience.
Yeah. All right, so by a show of hands,
I still have a question. Sorry.
by a show of hands, we'll come back to your question. How many people think we need to continue the discussion on, so how many people think the payment should be tied to some metric? Raise your hand.
Some, yeah, some is.
That's not already in the charter. Yeah, there's a metric in the charter.
You jump, if you skip 3 meetings,
Can I have a clarification? So is per month a metric?
Per year.
I think he's just saying.
The reason you do it per month is if a council member decides to run for another position and resigns, right? You haven't paid him for the whole year. You just paid him for that month.
Right, but
Right.
I'm just clarifying what words you would put under metric. Like
Metric would be either they attend meetings or we create some performance standard and have a committee oversee them to make sure they're coming to meetings prepared or whatever.
Okay.
Does it?
That's outside of Article 3 that's already in place.
Correct.
I think prepared is very subjective.
Yeah.
I do too. I think that'd be difficult to enforce.
Yeah, the silence doesn't mean.
Okay, so how many people think we should continue the discussion on tying the monthly payment to something? 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I think we're good with that conversation for now, so we can move forward. So, so the only thing I have right now is that we would change the language of 304 to say something to the effect of members of the city council shall serve with compensation at $500 per council member per month and $750 per month for the mayor. and take the but out, and shall be entitled to payment or reimbursement for all necessary expenses. And then there's a question, I'm not an attorney, but there's a question about shall be paid or may be paid.
So we'll make it definitive.
If it shall, then they'll be paid that amount.
Definitive.
Unless they refuse it, I guess. Because some of them might refuse it, right?
I think at the end of the day,
it might be insulting to Rudy.
A vote will make it definitive. So,
this is about Rudy.
This still has to go to the constituents to vote.
Right. I'm just talking about the language that we put in.
So by the shall.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Can we add something in there about they have to go through at least one election cycle before they get paid?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that's absolutely.
It's not immediate, right? So when it passes, it's not that the pay starts the next month.
Yeah.
Right.
It starts after the next election cycle.
Well,
hold on.
That is also a best practice.
Next year.
So basically, we get a chance to say that I want to pay this specific council member because we've elected them. They don't just get paid because they're on council. They get paid because they got elected after.
But how does that work?
Can I offer a statement of fact?
Trista's got something.
I would like
for
to
us.
offer a statement of fact. We have 2 council members up for election one year, 2 council members up for election the next year, 3 council members up for election the next year.
So I'll start getting paid at the same time.
Because the people didn't get to decide whether they wanted to pay that.
That's too confusing. As soon as they get passed, start paying the bonus. Start paying the council.
Well, okay, so So how many people think if this passes, all council members should immediately start being compensated?
Man, why would you not? They doing the work, aren't they?
Yeah, they are doing the work.
Okay, so I got 8, 7. How many people, make sure I count this right, how many people think that we should wait until the council member is elected before they start collecting money? Okay, so the immediate has it. So as soon as it passes, then council would start receiving the money. All right, so we passed that bridge. So we don't need the extra verbiage on there. Now, Tracy, you had something I made you wait. Thank you.
Sorry. On the last time that this went to vote, it didn't come out of the Charter Review Commission.
Correct.
And council put it to vote. Where would it have sat if it had passed? Would it have sat in the charter, or would it?
It would have sat in the charter. It was a charter amendment.
Okay, so it still was a charter amendment, but it just didn't come from the commission. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Is there any way we can, I'm worried about how it's gonna be worded on the ballot if it goes to ballot, right? And,
We don't have control over that.
well, I'd like to see where it says maybe $500 a month, or the
That's not
yearly, what that is a year. So the voters are fully aware of how much it is per year they're paying.
I think everybody can multiply by 12. But again, we don't have control over what goes on the ballot, sir. We don't have control what goes over the ballot.
A lot of ramifications out there, and a lot of people don't understand.
Anything else before somebody makes a motion? Did I articulate it?
I move that.
We should have 90% agreeance before we move. No, and I make that point, and I can kind of see why I was selected to be here on this time. Because there's, we only have a few people saying yes, but it overrules everyone else. But there's a lot of valid points out there, but we're really just not considering what all goes into it. We're just talking about giving them a blank check. I would like for them to be paid, but there's no validity here. No one's even said anything about, okay, what do they have to do? Do they have to go to X amount of socials? What did they show proof of where they went to? Who's validating the mileage or whatsoever? I'm not hearing any of that. All I'm hearing is, here, let's just give them a blank check.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing any of that.
do. I feel like we all know how engaged our city council members are currently. I see them everywhere all the time.
I've only seen one.
Well, I'm in a lot
Y'all saying y'all seen a lot? I've only seen one in my neighborhood, and I've been living in Pflugerville for 28 years.
We're
28 years, and I've only seen one at socials that I go to, and I go to plenty in Pflugerville.
All right, so I'm gonna rein this in. Thank you.
I was trying to make a move.
Yes, sir.
I move that Article 3, Section 3.04 compensation be adjusted to allow council members to be paid $500 per month and the mayor $750 per month.
Thank you for your motions. Do I hear a second?
Question. We're going to leave the rest of the language in there regarding reimbursement?
Yeah, but we'll change the but to an and.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we will do by hand, so Trista can count. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Let me know when you're done.
I'm going to count opposed as it will be.
You know what? Oh, cut. All opposed. I should.
You better stop yourself.
And one abstain.
Motion passes.
Sam, did you abstain?
You're gonna appreciate me at some point. I'm stirred. Hey,
Hey, don't worry about it,
My
Jolly.
opinion, but
Holly Jolly Christmas,
small in
don't
my
worry about
opinion.
it. The will of the body is what I stand with. Even if it goes.
All right, moving on to 3:05. We're not at 10 o'clock yet. 3:05.
I think he's serious.
Blame Greg. He's talking too much. and I didn't mean too much. I just said he was being succinct. All right, let me find my notes. We are now moving to 3:05. I have a note here from
So we had 3 of discussion.
Mayor Weiss. We'll start with that one. Getting an item on the agenda. His complaint is that it simply says that 2 council members can add something to a subsequent agenda. He says he would like to consider putting some certainty to that time frame while also making it clear that the item will be up for discussion among the council members. The consenting members of council would lead the discussion, and no staff effort would be expended in preparation for the item. The council members would present any recommendations for future action, and the entire council would vote if the topic is worthy of a subsequent meeting. So let me explain that a little bit.
That's about what I said, but in a
Wait. If you think about it, that's just what I think.
So in the past, council members have suggested agenda items, and then staff has to run around and put together a bunch of graphs and reports and invest a bunch of time into it when it was only 2 council members that were ever interested in it in the first place. And by the time it gets to council, it's a big waste of time.
I don't know that I agree. I completely disagree, but continue.
So what council kind of de facto does now, when somebody requests a motion, requests an item on the agenda, that item is put there, and the merit of that item is discussed, and then council can vote whether they want to continue that discussion and have staff produce some reports and whatnot.
Totally, because first of all, we elect every single city council person, including the 2 that are in the minority that you're talking about. This would silence their views, and we elect them to be the most informed when they make their decisions. They've got to be informed. To be informed, they have to be able to request from the city staff all the stuff they need to make a conscious decision on it. Otherwise, they're making decisions on partial information, and then you've got a majority. Say there's an item on count that they want in, and the majority of the council may be against it, but they don't want to even hear it. They don't want to be out in public. So these 2 people go and say, we want this, we want the information on it, and then the rest of the city council, we're going to discuss it. Oh, that's not working. They just silence the minority.
The minority now can't even ask the city council to get the data.
All right.
Exactly. And
So
it's a right for every city council person to be informed to make their decisions, and that information comes from the city staff. And so if they can't ask the city staff for that, if they can't ask the city staff for that, they're not making informed decisions. They've got to be able to make informed. I'm talking about
30 seconds.
They need to make the most informed decisions they can, and they need all the information they can get in order to make that.
I feel like we're missing context.
Okay, so there are two council members that really want to know actually what the budget looks like and how the money got spent. But then the other city council members have been there for a long time and they like what they did. They don't care how much they spend. So this is a way for them to say, oh, we'll talk about your meeting in a timely fashion. By the way, you're not allowed to ask the city manager for any information.
Isn't the budget transparent and open to the public?
No, not in a meaningful way. Not in a like.
Okay.
So what this proposal is doing is the two people that want fiscal responsibility on the council are going to be shut out of the information by just basically saying you're not allowed to make the city manager do any work. And so we all agree there's a majority that says you have to hold the city.
But what if we make the information transparent for everybody, so they don't have to ask that? Yeah, which is, that's the other.
This blocks
30 seconds, Jim.
How?
Because they're not allowed to ask until there's a majority that accepts.
But then it's not about them, it's about, sorry.
I think we're going too far to this is just my.
Okay, wait.
He had
You got 20 more seconds.
Okay, I'm just saying this blocks the ability for two of the city council members to be able to bring something in front with actual facts and make an argument about what should happen. And instead we sit in the land of opinion with no facts because the city manager doesn't have to publish any data. So that's what this is about. This is about shutting down the minority view.
Thank you, sir. Sam?
I think we don't, necessarily look at this from like a partisan lens. This could apply to any city council members. This is, the big issue here is the role of city council is to be elected by the people to make sure that the city management is doing their jobs. And that's the role of every single member of city council. That's not just the mayor, that's not just specific people, it's not just the majority. Every single one of them has an individual responsibility to make sure that the people they hire, which is the city manager, the city secretary, city attorney, are doing their job correctly. And to do that, they need to be able to get information. The flip side of that is we do not want the city to be constantly running around looking for information. So that's why they go to the city manager, and the city manager makes sure that they get the information they need in a timely manner. So there's got to be a balance. But the city council has to be able to get the information they need to do any sort of investigations they want to do any proposals they want to do, to look into an issue. Because the other thing is, yeah, they can put something on the ballot, they could go get that information, realize that that's not important, take it off.
30 seconds.
So there could be two things that somebody's working on and the rest of the council doesn't even know about. Not that it's negative, but just they're working on a specific topic. They need to know that it's relevant at all before they take it to the major city council. And they can go get that data, realize whether or not there's an issue, whether or not there's something that needs to be resolved, and then bring it to the council. But what you're doing here is basically just blocking information from getting the people responsible for that information. I don't think it's a good idea.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Greg.
my view is the tone that it came to some version of a partisan conversation. I think that's irrelevant. But the main reason I say that is because, but I support it going just back to a single, mainly because every person that has been elected represents some level of a demographic and a different thought.
So you're going back there.
Pause. So I support one. I support because it basically say any person can do it. So I support one.
It says two.
So the smaller the better, in my opinion. The smaller the better, in my opinion, because you want to be in a space where every thought, every component is brought to the table. If I have an issue with the park in my neighborhood not being cleaned up right, and I go to the council member that I know, that council member should be able to bring it and address it. So the smaller the better.
Thank you. Something up over here. Did y'all have something?
Well, I have a question.
Thank you.
Because we have this Article 3 proposal for access to information oversight. Aren't these two different things, whether it's placed on the agenda or whether they can access the information?
I think it's they can access information related to what they're putting on the agenda.
Yeah. So the point here is that, and one small correction: the city manager, the city attorney, the municipal judge reports to council, and that's the key thing in the charter. They report to council. The city manager does not report to 6 council members and the mayor, right? They're collectively the leadership of our city. They're not individually the leadership of our city. And so there's nothing preventing any one of them from doing their own research to prepare for making an argument that they need to have staff work on something. But the charter is specific in terms of the city manager reports to council. And so this is really just a clarification in saying that when someone proposes an agenda item, they should have more than just thoughts and feelings about what they're asking for, right? They should already have something in the water that says this is important to me because I've read the agenda, read the budget. I think we need more information about this, or I need a graph, or I need a pie chart, or whatever. But what this does is to make sure that that channel of command the chain of command is followed, so that the item can be discussed with whatever information they have to determine if it needs more discussion on a longer meeting and have staff invest into it. That's what this is saying.
Now, I will say this, and this is just fact. Melanie has been specifically asking the city for an ass load of information, and she's gone overboard. And I'm almost certain this is what that tone is. Now, bringing two people, I support, but making the staff do too much damn work is just crazy, especially whenever the timeline is so short towards the meeting. So, but how subjective is that? What is too much work? And so, either way, that's the only piece that I want to make sure is known here.
Yeah,
and known here.
But that's the clause. Yeah,
Would it be any different if someone else was doing it?
Nobody should do it.
And so we'll come to Terry next, but that's why the city of Austin, not only are the council members paid, but they're funded as staff, right? And so if the council member wants to talk about something, they can have their staff investigate it without impacting any of the other council members' staff or city operations. Okay, Terry had his hand up.
Okay, well, first of all, we just discussed how much time it takes for a city councilman person to do the stuff that they do and have a life. And then you come back and say, they can go do their research on their own. This is them doing their research. Their research is to find the questions to ask the people that know. They're not the civil engineers, they're not the other people. They can't find all the answers to all these questions for everything that's on that city council. That's why they got a city staff. And so they have to be able to go to those city staff, the people that are in charge of doing this road, doing this water, doing this budget over here. They have to go to these people and get that information. That's what they do. That's what they do for their research. And if they can't do that on a free basis, they're not making the informed decisions that they should be making.
Yeah, this clause that no staff effort would be expended in preparation for the item is super problematic.
Yeah. How is that problematic?
Because there's no access to any of the city information.
That's not true.
What can they get? If there's
So this doesn't prevent them from access to any information. What this says is that instead of saying, "Hey, give me the CIP that was built 5 years ago, and let me see the CIP so I can compare it to the current one to see what the differences are," this is this as opposed to a request that says, "Hey, will you do a comparison of the last 25 years of CIPs and take all 5 of those CIP plans and compare them and tell me where the differentials are and where we missed targets?"
Too much.
That's too much. And so it's in the phrasing of the question, sir. And so the idea is that if I want to see what the difference is between the last 5 CIP projects for streets or water or whatever, parks, then I can go to council and say, "Hey, I think I see something here, and this is the evidence that I have that makes me interested in this, the reason why I want to ask this question and get this research." And council can decide whether or not that's valid, because a council member does not direct city staff. Council does. And so the problem is that some of the questions, this happened before Melody was on there. A lot of the questions are creating 20, 40, 60 hours worth of work for staff that's not part of the budgeted time for staff to do things, because that's what the city manager controls.
So
those questions
I'm going to give Jim a chance to respond.
I think it is bad to write into the charter a clause that says you cannot get staff to lift a finger on an item until a majority of the council members agree that it should be an item to be researched.
It's already in there.
Policy, and that's what the 3.05 Weiss proposal is. This clause, the consenting members of council would lead the discussion and no staff effort would be expended in the preparation of the item.
Right.
Means, like, you can't get, like, that is a nuclear option. When the tables turn and there's a different situation where it's another council member that wants access to police information to make sure profiling isn't happening, right? But they get locked out. This is gonna suck.
It's fair.
No, it isn't fair.
It's fair.
No, if you look at the charter, the only access that a council member has to the staff in any information is through the city manager.
That's right.
So if this says you're not allowed to talk to the city manager unless there's an agenda item that has already been approved.
Doesn't say that at all. It says you're not allowed to direct the city manager to do additional work. You can talk to the city manager and set a meeting with them, and that happens all the time.
To get the city manager to
So
provide
this
anything they don't want to.
No, it doesn't say that either.
This is kind of, so basically what's happening is, let's say for example, I need some information about why the lake sucks. I call them and ask them to meet me at the lake.
I got you.
Right? So that's work for them. Then you call them, and you're a city council member. What this is basically saying is, let us collectively have these people come together one time. First of all, let's deem it worth, is it worth us all going to the lake? That's the first question. But also let's come together at one time to have this person to do one job. But what is happening right now is excessive amounts of requests for a city council meeting and more importantly, proves to be useless.
Thank you, Greg. Barbara? Terry? Barbara?
So I think that your perception of what his intention was in that is off because we've talked about it quite a bit during his race. I don't believe that he meant that staff will never do it. I believe it's what Jim was saying, because if I come to council with another council member and I say I want to talk about this item and I want it on the agenda and it gets put on the agenda, how much time am I actually giving staff to prepare for that item? I believe that was the intention.
There's not enough time.
If we do this on Monday and the meeting's on Tuesday, there is no way that they'll be prepared. And so I can't go to staff and go, hey, get this done. Exactly. And this allows time for council to go, hey, this is something we might want to talk about. Is it even worth putting staff through that? It's not saying never put them through it. Is it even reasonable to put them through that?
You're just saying putting a process in place to reach at some alignment so that we're not causing a fire drill.
Correct, because the last thing I want is any of our sitting staff spending a week on something that has actually no merit.
30 seconds.
Correct.
And
that is the intention.
All right, Urcha.
I think Melody does ask a lot of questions, and sometimes it's the transparency or to be able to respond to our constituents. Because I'll ask a question about, well, this was on the 5-year CIP, but I don't see any progress on it. What's going on with that project? So she may reach out, and I think in reaching out to answer questions about that are not unreasonable. Now, time, yeah, maybe she needs more time. I was the purchasing officer for the city of Austin, deputy fleet officer. We'd get questions from council through the city manager all the time. And we had to do the research and provide the information. For whatever reason, they needed it. And I think with Melanie, it's more about transparency and making sure that the money is being spent like it's supposed to be, and that projects are not just being pushed to the side. The historic colored edition was approved years ago, and just until recently, that project started. And it was because we were constantly advocating, what's the story, when are you going to do something, and then finally the progress started. But had we not kept pursuing that, I don't know if they would have ever started the construction to bring that neighborhood up to standard. So I think that council needs to be able to ask questions to the city manager, give the city manager an allowable amount of time to respond, put it on the agenda, and move forward. Now, there are some items that have been put on the council agenda that were totally ludicrous. I mean, I sat back and I scratched my head and going, that is already here. So why is that a council item? So, and I don't know how they screen those, But I think if it's a relevant, important question, that it should be answered. And I don't think you can say you can't use staff time.
Thank you.
But do you agree that
and so,
it should be two people that decide, or you want the whole collective council to do it?
well, two people can put something on
Two
the agenda.
people.
No. But here he says to make sure the vote goes to if we
No,
we
two
want
people
to
can put it, no, it says two people can put an item on the agenda.
But
I'm
here his
following that.
but then he says the council member will present any recommendations for the future, and the entire council will then vote whether or not the topic is worthy for consideration for subsequent. So that's the part that I think is
Follow me. You and I get together and we just say, hey, we want to put this thing on council agenda. Mayor can't veto it. It's got to go on there. So it goes on the next council meeting. And then you and I get to make our case to say, we think this is important. And the rest of councils can say, you're right, that's important. Let's direct staff, as we're told, to go do the work. And we'll hear about this in 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks, however long it takes to get that work done. And put it back on the agenda. That's what this is saying.
This is kicking it down.
Y'all are, I keep pointing to these two most, that I'm happy to, you guys, Tracy.
So, just looking at this in a different way, when I looked at 305 and then also I looked at 3.10, those two things in my mind were conflicting and need clarifying language. So I'm saying this because it's just a little bit different than what we've been talking about. But to me, the language just needs to be clarified to refer to one another in some clear, understand way. Because to me, the way I read it is that it says two council members can put something on an agenda, but then 3.10 says the mayor and the city manager devise the agenda. So to me, it just needs to be clarified of how things get on the agenda. I don't disagree that two council members need to be able to put things on the agenda, but to me, this could create a butting of heads if people don't agree with one another.
The true process for the mayor and the city manager set the agenda, but every council member has the opportunity to put items on the agenda.
And I can appreciate that. I just think the language in the charter needs to be clarified so that that is not confusing. Because just me as a person, I read that and I was like, well, what is it? Which one is it? How does it work? This isn't giving me how it works in practice because that's not what the charter scope is. But I need to understand how that works. And I think that should be clarified in the charter itself.
Well,
between 305 and 310.
You're not wrong. But, I mean, let's say Greg and I put something on the agenda, we talk about it, council doesn't like it. We're like, all right, we're going to put it on the agenda next time too and talk about it some more. And then council doesn't like it. And we're going to put it on the agenda again and talk about it some more.
But then the mayor goes and says, in 3.10, I set the agenda. You guys can't do that because I don't like what you've been doing.
But you can't overrule two council members.
I hear what you're saying, but to me the language is confusing.
Agreed.
Clear
Agreed.
to say that you can't overrule.
Right.
It doesn't say that the mayor can't overrule.
Right. You're right. It doesn't say that. It's been a practice.
The way that Doug has this submitted, it looked like it's two totally separate conversations.
I think there's two very valid issues here. One is we don't want city staff just constantly doing analysis. The Jim's point, we can't spend 3 weeks doing analysis.
Yeah, that's one.
At the same time, like if somebody requests documents that are already available, they should be able to get those.
Public record.
Of course.
And I'm typically of the political persuasion that we shouldn't be spending a ton of money, but I'm totally on board with even considering a position whose whole job is to get reports done for council, where it's not doing actual city work, they're just reporting on what's available. If that takes a whole other position to make sure the city council has all of the data and analysis they need, I think that's worth it, or worth considering at least. But we need to be able to make sure
But collectively
every
they're
city
still
council
making
member
the
can
city
get the
council,
analysis
the
they
individual
need
person to do
and the
that.
paperwork, the documents they need,
parks.
without city also having to do a lot of extra work just for random things. So trying to find a balance there where we're not boxing people out and anybody who has a request is getting that from the city. Like they should have full access to the city without having them do any more work. I don't know where that line is, but I think that's what we need to be considering here. And we could open it up to more outside the box solutions potentially.
Yes, sir.
So, to answer what you were saying, where they present it to the city council, two people can present it to the city council and argue their position. And then they decide if it's good or not. And then rest of the city council decides if it's good or not. Okay? Part of that argument is having the information to argue with. And so they have to have that be armed. Like when I came to this meeting for this, I went and got the information myself. But it was put together by the Leander City Council, basically, Leander City. In the context of here, if Melanie wants something or another council person wants something from the city manager, in order to make their case to decide if it's worthy, they need to be able to get that. And this blocks that, is what I see. Because they can't go request it from the city manager because it may take time. And so now they have to show up to city council unarmed, without any information to make their case for the rest of the city council to decide if it's good or not.
Well, no, sir. Is there a way?
Hold on.
You got 15 seconds.
And to Sam's point, we actually did create a position. Jim, at the last council, at the last meeting like this, last charter committee, he proposed it, it passed, they made a position, it passed the voters, but the position was never created.
Right.
Nobody was hired for it, they decided it wasn't a good position. And so then we had another election that decided to eliminate that position.
Why?
All right, because it wasn't being utilized. Well, it came, and again, it's the same thing that we're talking about here. It came into a logistics issue. And so the idea was to hire a liaison that could do this kind of stuff for council. But the problem was that you couldn't hire somebody at a $60,000 salary that would have 7 bosses demanding that they do all of this work. And so you'd have to pay basically a legal expert, right? You're going to need like a $180,000 person and staff to be it. So, and when I was thinking about the idea, when we talked about it, the idea of the city liaison was that it would be an office like the city attorney's office, right? But then you get into budget and having to do that, and it never transpired.
Like Sam, I'm not one for spending extra money, but having an educated council, to educate that council, it's worth the money to make sure they're educated. So I'm $180,000, is that what you need to spend?
You know, if you
I'd
pay,
rather spend $180,000 for educated council than spend $180,000 for a Metro Pilot Program.
you can pay your council members a sufficient salary, and they can hire their own researchers. All right, who we got over here?
This is an easy question. This is just
Go
a
ahead.
question. Is there any way to change the language in the proposal from millwork to some sort of pull a report, but don't make it do work? Something like if there's a request for information versus analysis, right? Because I think that the example you were giving me, Jim, resonated with me.
I think we could change it from no staff effort to providing readily available documents.
Readily already prepared.
Yeah.
That should,
Right. And now understand that's still going to take time, right? Because we don't have the city doesn't have the perfect AI retrieval system that can go to a dusty box somewhere.
Yeah, but you're putting the burden back on the council member to analyze the data on some level, but at least they've got it, right? I'm just trying to figure, is there a middle ground?
Yeah, I don't know if readily available
there's still a lot.
meets that metric.
I would feel like anything the city has already prepared, yeah, it takes a little bit of time to go get it, and we can maybe put some regulations on it. If it's digital, they should be able to search for it and find it. If it's like a physical microfilm somewhere, then maybe
Then it wouldn't be readily available.
it's not ready available. Maybe there's a way they can access it.
But there was also conversations about getting tribal knowledge from this person's head.
So are we saying
so-
that the information load is too large
Mhm.
for our city manager to delegate the work out to give the information that's necessary for the council to have decision making?
It's literally clogging her staff.
It's too much.
It's.
Can I
I've seen.
refocus us real quick that this is for the charter moving forward, for the general concept, not specifics today.
Say that again.
This is for the general concept of the proposal in front of you, not for something necessarily I don't want to hyper focus on any individuals.
Yeah, we're over specifying.
Oh yeah.
That's what
Focus on
I just think there could be some
operation.
unintended consequences for this around the nose. That's why I'm trying to find a middle ground that isn't total lockout for anything. Like it's a right.
An undue burden, like
Yeah,
you need to put that language in.
Can we revisit the liaison thing? Is there a way to make that work?
Yeah, maybe that's
it got voted up and got voted down. So the liaison thing for me is like if I'm the liaison, I'm not gonna know everything about the city. So I gotta still go to the person that knows, the park and rec, the water person, the finance
Right, but
person.
they don't do the analysis.
But that means
Liaison
that means it's the same thing. The only thing that changed was the city manager is now is going to the liaison.
No, the city.
Because I'm still gonna reach out to.
And then you would have basically the liaison have access to the city networks, and they may have to say, hey, where is that file? But that person who has the file doesn't have to go look for it. They can say, go look at this folder. And they can go. The liaison can themselves.
Well, no, that's not reality, right? Everybody got tribal knowledge.
Well, that's why I didn't fill or work the last time.
Everybody got tribal
exactly.
knowledge.
I mean, we tried it, Tim.
Everybody got tribal knowledge, and so
we talked about it a lot.
So it sounds like it's more like a language, and then we need to figure out an appropriate
I think it needs to be
language to
untouched.
restrict the undue burden purpose of someone's timeline to collect information.
And whether or not to add a new staff member isn't even part of this article. I think we're
Right.
talking about
It's
something
literally
not
just
even
how
relevant
we
at this point.
stipulate that there's a time allotment to this.
And the intent of this is to say, maybe we can head off some things just by coming together and clarifying as a council if this is important, right? That's the good-hearted part.
Yeah, this is worded absolutely
You like
horrible.
it?
There's a reason I wrote a lot of it.
Oh, okay.
Or helped him with a lot of it.
All
But
right.
it's worded horribly. I would completely reword this if we were gonna go this route.
You would or you would not?
But see, the thing kind of going on what Sam said is two different conversations. This is two different conversations. One is the amount of time that's spent, and one is like the vote of subsequent things.
So is
It's
this
two
something?
totally different things.
What do you mean the vote?
So one is listed here that says the amount of time that a city person has spent. That's not in this at all.
It's
So-
not right now, right? Like
So that's that part. But then the other change is the piece of getting the majority vote for subsequent meetings. I don't think that's there.
Well, what it says here is that,
It's two different things.
well, the city council
The
provides
change.
performance and all duties imposed by the city.
Yeah.
Does the city council have access to the city file?
That's never been.
Not directly.
Any member of city, so,
That's the
because
problem.
that's what it says last, time, any member of city
Can
council.
read-only access, they can get in and look at all the files? Potentially with some
Sounds like
limitations,
it's
but like the
something
majority of stuff is available to the library.
Are they
I-
restricted
it-
to city
You say
employees?
they need to do the research on themselves, but they don't have access to the information.
What they have access to anything that's publicly available. The problem is that the data that the city has isn't segmented in terms of what might be proprietary and what's not. It's locked out by access, by user access, and so you'd have
Could you make this
the
top secret clearance or whatever?
Well-
They have to have access if they're gonna go get the information themselves. They need to have access to that information.
Well, but they don't. I mean, the city council gets keys to come into buildings, and there's like 5 buildings that they can use it for. They can't use it to go back into the PD room or go into the evidence locker or go into archives where files are stored that are organized that they may just be going through and inadvertently put them out of order, right?
To defeat your own argument that they do the research themselves, when they can't.
No, I'm saying they can do the research with whatever's publicly available, and if there's
Okay.
enough there,
They're making no better decisions than I would.
well, we hope that's not true.
Well, that's true.
Say
They make no better decisions than I would.
Was that mean? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But the fact is, they're the ones that are voting. We elected them to cast intelligent votes.
Yeah.
And that's why they're up there and I'm not up there, right? They're elected to make those intelligent votes and to be intelligent, they have to have access to all the information to make the intelligent votes.
But as was pointed out,
Not just
if there wasn't
information
one,
I
sir.
do through FOIA.
if there wasn't already some abuses of that privilege happening, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well, what you call abuse, I call transparency.
Well, I think to some degree.
Bring it up again, like this is, there's never a time to like just stop the topic, like we bring it back up later. Always, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to table this one or not table it? But
Table it.
I don't think we need to tell. I think we need to move.
I think we.
I got
And-
it, Jim, yeah, I want to.
I think. So this is.
I propose that Jim and Barbara get together and recraft the language for it. Would y'all be interested in doing that?
I think I need more.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
I think
Moving
the whole
on.
conversation is just simply a conversation about how transparent do we want.
It's not, sir. It's independent of transparency. What it is it's whether a minority of council, anybody, and I'm not caring. I don't care who's asking for it, can direct staff. Can two council members get together and direct staff, or is it all of council that's responsible for directing staff?
And that's what I'm saying. That's the level of transparency. Because, for example, if somebody is going to be asking for super deep knowledge of information, that's where the huge hiccup is. I don't think there's even certain issues at this surface level conversation, but when it's so much, that's where the complaint is.
And as we've seen in some of the council meetings, some of the requests are just they're not germane to anything.
I do propose that we have better language and there's a little bit more time to like investigate.
Yeah.
This is.
I think Jim and Barbara have agreed to craft us something with some new wording, and we'll take a look at it next month. There was
Yes, that Jim,
that Jim.
Rookie Jim.
New Jim. Hey, remember, y'all can't talk about it too much now.
So Sam, you want to bring this next one?
Does it got to be a public meeting?
Come on, guys.
This one's along the.
Find your seats.
Talked about where it's council's access to information and oversight, so.
That's my phone back there.
You can get it.
I think that could probably be part of their conversation, but this is, rather than it being an agenda item, it's what access do they have on a regular basis to just go look at city stuff. And again, the caveats there and the things we gotta keep under consideration is that the city manager runs the city. We don't wanna interfere with their day-to-day jobs, but at the same time, the city council has to have access to information. So we have to find a middle ground there where they have a right, and I probably disagree somewhat on, like, it's not necessarily they all collectively manage the city. It's every single one of them is elected to manage the city, and they all need to be able to not direct city staff, but they need to be able to get access to the information they need to make decisions. And even know if there's an issue, because if I think there's something wrong and I go look at it and I realize there's nothing wrong, I don't want to waste everybody's time by bringing that up to city council and trying to get a vote and then going to get the information and then not having it. It's better to be able to just grab that document and know that whether or not there's something that you can bring to the bigger group. But this probably could be part of their conversation on just like what we want to codify as far as, I think, I agree with Jim completely that we don't want to do exactly an analysis, but at the same time, I think if there is a document sitting on a drive somewhere, the city council should be able to have access to that somehow, so I don't know how we find that middle ground, but.
I think we look and see there's a legal definition of readily available.
Yeah.
Or if there's a way to like clock them into a library or something where they can go get it themselves. Because I mean, I don't mind if city council wants to spend the member wants to spend 500 hours doing an analysis. I don't want staff to spend 500 hours doing an analysis, but I want to also make sure the city council member has access to all the raw data they need to make sure that they can do their analysis. Because there are situations, thankfully not here yet, but like there are situations where you have a city government doing something and one council member finds it, they need to be able to look at that and without being like roadblocked by somebody trying to hide that, so.
I've found millions of dollars that we missed.
Yeah, mistakes happen and we want to make sure that there's as many eyes as possible to make sure that those mistakes are caught and fixed.
Heard.
Yeah, that's all. I'm not going to put a proposal there.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any action that anyone wants to take on this one? Okay.
And just for clarification purposes, I was confused as hell. This is 319, not 3.09. On Doug's.
Oh.
So this is 309. Yeah, in clarifying inquiries is 3.19, not 3.09.
It is 309 as well. I was making inquiries.
Yeah.
Yep, it's in 319 and three other places on my document.
319 is inquiries and investigations.
Yeah.
So,
So-
I will,
But it's also under
3.09C,
309C.
I
Oh, he
believe is
points
what
to
he's referring
319.
to.
Yes.
Yeah, he points
Yeah,
to
he
319.
points to it as, yeah.
So he should have a slash or something.
Jessica just said something and y'all all missed it.
3.09C is what that is referring to.
Right.
Within 3.09C, it references 3.19.
319. So it's three. So put both, baby. So put slash.
All right, so
Because the deeper messages, the deeper information. Claims about
305, we trashed that one. 306. Anybody have anything in 306 in terms of the mayor's rights and responsibility? That's, my brain wants to add a carriage return and to separate the paragraphs. You're not wrong, sir.
5 years ago, he put 200 pounds on it.
Okay. 307 vacancies. Any issues here?
Oh, you're just going down the line.
Yep.
Yep, till I get to 309C.
Got you.
308 removal of office.
I did actually read 11 of those.
I do remember somebody saying.
Yeah, that was point 4. Failure to attend 3 consecutive regular council meetings without being excused by the council.
The only thing I made note on for 3.08 was on item 1, under A. Just, it's referring to sections 3.03 and 5.02. If you go to 5.02, I would just recommend 5.02 refers back to 3.03. But.
5.02. Do you remember those read your own adventure books where you'd have to like go to page 87 if you jump through the whole, yeah, no. 502, am I gonna die?
Yeah. Yeah.
You want that for later.
Are we all marking up for later?
I don't see 502 referring back to 303.
So it doesn't. So that's where I was saying when we get to 502, I think it would be helpful if it refers back to 308 or 303, right? Because it's saying it's a cross-reference for eligibility, maintaining qualification. Because one of the things that jumped in my mind was that we specifically say that in order to run, they must have lived in the city for, I think it's 12 months, right? But then I also want to make sure they stay living in the city. Where's that highlight, right? We're jumping through here trying to figure out where is that highlighted, saying that they have to stay in, they stay.
Okay, so just to simplify it, 502 should reference 303.
303. 308.
303 and 308.
308. Right. Yeah.
All right, so I'll make a note there, and then when we get to Article 5, we'll put that down in the notes, or I guess we could add it now. It's de minimis. And double checking. All right, so was there a move to be?
What's the context?
Does 308 have a petition process?
That wasn't the word of the day.
Yeah, I think it is.
I know there's a petition section.
Yeah, I don't see any percentages or anything of the population here.
Oh, it's.
Yes, it's under Article 6, you'll get to petitions.
Yeah, okay. All right, if there's nothing else in 308.
Give me a second, I'm on number 9 on that. One more minute to read, Jim.
You read it already.
Did we want to bring up the part where we bring up the attendance, or is that okay?
Is it not in there?
That's on number 4.
We said we would bring up once we got to 3.08 that we bring up if we wanted to make that.
Oh, the
based on the
attendance.
compensation.
Right.
No, I think the collective was that we were going to stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Yeah, we weren't going to talk about metrics.
Well, I'm
We're
just
just gonna
gonna
brush it
on
under
now,
the
include
rug.
it, thank you.
I mean, we got 19 minutes when I'm going to call the meeting. Anything else for 308 then? All right. 309A, 309B, and then I've got a note here on 309C, clarifying inquiries. 309C.
And, yeah, see, that's what we were talking about right
This
there.
is, yeah.
No member of the council. So the direct and direct control of the city. I should get orders. See what we look at.
So this prohibits council from talking to anybody except for, well, to anyone under the city manager.
Is that the answer to what we're looking for?
But I guess the question here is, this section could be construed as ambiguous, and I want to ensure that it is made clear that inquiries or conducting an investigation under Section 319 is a single statement.
It's almost like you could take that out, you know, 319 completely.
Section 319 is titled Inquiries and Investigations, which should make this clear. But I fear some people could twist the language to say they're inquiring when circumventing the chain of command.
Trista, it says on this one, November 2nd, 2021, major meeting. Is there a specific vote that happened?
That's one that was, yeah.
That means it means something changed, not that it was added.
Oh, and E means change.
That was the one that, it was the measure E on the ballot that we voted on, like, back in the last year, yeah.
Do we have a change there?
I'm pulling that up. I thought it was it. Let me see.
You're asking city staff to do work.
I don't see,
Jim, it took me a while to figure out what was going on there because it's a single statement, but I think what he's trying to make clear is that it's not making inquiries. I'm making an inquiry or conducting an investigation, but it's the inquiries and investigations as defined in 3.19. So we wanted this not to be read as, oh yeah, I just want to make an inquiry about, you know, this, and therefore I can do it a different way and I don't have to go through whatever the procedure is.
Right, so this is the second loophole. So the one loophole would be to ask for an agenda item to get work done. This is another loophole that we're looking at. And so, if I understand correctly, Carol, if we remove the or conducting an investigation under 319, unless making...
Well, I would actually change it to, if leaving that in, unless making inquiries or conducting an investigation as defined in 3.19, because then you have to go look at 3.19 to find out what that exception is.
I feel like we're making this harder for city council to do the job. Like, I get we don't want city staff to be constantly running and doing stuff, but at the same time, like, we're electing the city council to look at what the city is doing and represent us in that level. And
We pay the city manager to do all the legwork so that she's conducting those
right, but that's
conversations with
one
her
point
staff.
of contact, and if you have one point of contact that for some reason isn't working out, now you've got a bottleneck of all the information to one person.
Right, but then council has the opportunity to fire the city manager and
I
hire
know,
a
but
new
how
one.
do you know that anything's happening if you don't have
If
access
you
to
don't
anything
approve
below
of the
that?
city manager, then we get rid of them so that they recreate another structure that is beneficial.
But again, how do you know that anything's happening if you don't have any oversight of what's happening below her on the organization tree?
They review her every year.
Like if I was the CEO of a company and all the information from my company came from one person, I don't know if that person's doing a good job or not because I don't have any access to except for what they gave me.
But you're technically inaccurate because if council asks the city manager to produce a report on parks, the Parks and Recs director is going to provide that report and present it before council. It's not filtered through the city manager.
But this would invalidate that, right? Wouldn't that?
No, the city manager informs the park and rec director that you are going to have to present on this content because the council is asking.
And then she says, how many weeks do you need to prepare based on Deutschenfest being next week? And you're like, yeah, like this is going to happen until after
And it's not
Deutschenfest or
Sam
whatever.
asking, it's the council collectively.
Right, but now
Right.
you have to have a majority of.
That's fair.
Yes, that's how our
That's
government
fair.
works.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can think about it in terms of the city manager is the CEO and the council's the board in the corporate world, right?
That's really what
And
it
so
is.
like I've never had a board member come ask me a question.
Not a bad idea.
It's always, it comes from the CEO, right?
But-
Big
It's
caller,
not-
Mike calling you.
All right, I'm gonna come over here,
Mike's calling
Barbara.
We have the same
So-
thought.
Okay.
It's only a majority vote to get an investigation into the affairs of the city.
Right.
It doesn't say they need a majority vote to ask for stuff. Yeah, it's just to like really.
You need
But isn't this
two
invalidating?
people to ask the question.
Well, you need two
No.
people to get on the agenda, but like this is saying that somebody
You can
can
just
go
ask
and
a
ask
question.
ask her for a report, right? Because now there's no other place in the system.
But it sounds like she.
But that's where the comment that's coming from Mayor Weiss is really saying that it can be ambiguous and misinterpreted and twisted when you're saying in 3.09C, unless making inquiries or conducting an investigation under section 3.19. Inquiries or conducting an investigation is one thing that falls under 3.09, 3.19. It's not, it's an inquiry investigation is like the
It's
same
one.
kind of thing.
Yeah, but if we were to
It's
follow
not
the
saying, hey,
guideline.
I'd like a past budget, that's an inquiry, no, but that's not in this definition.
But that's what I'm saying, is if we were to go with his definition, it's saying that they can't even ask for a budget unless it's an investigation.
No, go to the agenda.
But if it's not an agenda item, they couldn't even go ask the city manager for a document, because they have that power here somewhere?
They don't. It's the way it's written and the way I think the intent was is that they still can't do that, but you could go and twist it around and create yourself a loophole to then say, hey, this says that I can ask if I'm making an inquiry.
It's just an inquiry.
It's just an inquiry.
Right,
But
and so I see what you're
actually
saying.
referring to 3.19, where it talks about inquiries, investigations as a header.
Right,
But inquiries aren't mentioned in the body of it. Sam.
I don't think they're trying to say that they want to block the access to information through that. I think they're just saying that this is the way that this is written in a way that you're not going to go interfere. I'm not going to go, as a council member, they're not going to go to Trista and say, hey, I need you to do X, Y, Z, and have your staff do that as well. They have to go to the city manager, I assume, to do that.
Yeah, I'm
So,
okay with that.
right.
But
But I don't think that the way this is saying, like, you're not gonna go interfere with them, and that's what this is trying to accomplish. It's not trying to then solve the issue of, hey, this is a whole separate issue that we have. I can't get access to the information as a city council member. This isn't trying to solve that.
No, I agree with that. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that somewhere in the city charter, it says that the city council member has access to the information they need.
Yeah, that might be something new we need to propose
Yeah.
adding.
Yeah, if you just change that around and you started the sentence with the city council and its individual members shall work through the city manager in dealing with city officers, blah, 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 and put the unless at the end, then I think, it's,
Positive and then.
Unless according to section 3.19, they are
Right.
making an inquiry or conducting an
because
investigation.
in getting stuck on the unless, with the exception before the rule,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, what?
I like that.
That's why in my opinion, 305 is actually addressing this as well as the other thing.
Yeah.
Because well, at least Mayor Weiss's conversation, I think that's why it's two different things.
So basically, if they were doing an investigation, they actually have the authority to
Yes.
command them, but otherwise, they can only ask the city.
Yeah,
I'm okay with
they don't want the unilateral stuff happening.
So are you saying we should switch it?
I mean, if that makes it clearer to more people, then yes.
Closes the loophole.
Well, he's also making sure you add the contractors, consultants, and
But then
vendors as well,
to me, I would rather have it be under a grammatical change, changing the sentence, than putting it out to a charter vote, because people would go, what are they, what?
How is this different?
Nobody's gonna understand that.
No.
Now the question is, like, if you're looking at his second thing here, adding contractors, consultants, and vendors, should that just be now a D?
I don't think that should be a thing because they don't work for the city and.
Vendors do.
But they work under the
contract with
direction.
city, but they're their own private entity. They can choose whether or not to even cooperate. Like they're not required to do anything. But if somebody wants to go to a vendor and say, hey, I'm the city council member, can you give me this document or can you run an analysis? That's completely up to their time and expense whether they choose to do it.
It's the same. Because at that point, they are a city employee. They're not.
No.
You might have a contract, but you still work for the city, so the rules are the same.
Well, but the issue is that if as a council member you go to a contractor and say, hey, I need this information, and they got a $5 million contract with you, they're gonna probably be persuaded to do that.
But that's fine.
It's a matter of
time and expense. Like as long as they're not like.
No, it's the same.
No, it's a matter of coercion of your authority. It's. Yeah.
There are a city
There's
employee
nothing
at that
stopping
time
you
saying,
from going to that vendor and just hiring them for your own personal thing and paying them whatever. Like
That's-
you could go hire them individually.
There could be a conflict of interest there.
You
Yeah.
can do that, but I'm saying like theoretically, that's a private company. You could have a family member of yours or some not. Again, forgetting the conflict of interest argument, but any random person could go hire them and pay for their time. That does not affect the city in any way.
That's not what the
If the city
conversation
council member
is.
went and talked to them, as long as they're willing to provide that information and it doesn't affect the city, that
But if I have if the city has a contract with the city attorney's office and I go to the city attorney and I say I want all this information, this does affect the city because now those hours are being billed.
That's still
right?
city employees.
So it should not be billed to the city. I agree with that. That should be up to the vendor whether or not they want to provide that information.
Again, it's a coercive ask.
Sam,
As long as they're
they
not.
are a city employee in the eyes of this conversation.
Okay, let's back up off of this one and get back on 309C. And we'll decide we're going to add some extra verbiage onto it. I want to get Carol was making some ideas. You want to start this sentence with the city council and its individual members?
Yes.
Okay.
309.
Shall work through the city in dealing with city officers and employees who are under the direction and supervision of the city manager, unless making inquiries
We're conducting an
how about this?
investigation.
Put the conducting first. Okay, unless conducting an investigation under 319, right? We put that first.
Inquiries is before investigations.
But it's
I know it is right now, but I'm changing
I
that.
would say unless according to section 3.19, they are making inquiries, conducting investigations.
There we go. Perfect.
Inquiries aren't mentioned.
Title of the section.
Inquiries aren't mentioned in that thing that says inquiries and investigations. It only covers investigations. That's the loophole. That's where it falls through. Because 319 doesn't say anything about inquiries. The title says it, but the body of the 319 says nothing about inquiries.
Right.
Right? That's the loophole.
I see what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is, it's just in the title. And so what I'm saying is that we put unless conducting an investigation under 319 or making inquiries of readily available information.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to read this.
Right? So now they can still ask for something, but if it's going to take work, the city manager says, I can't do that. It has to go to, and then we can deal with going to council and getting approval and having council direct the city manager.
And the only thing that I would change in that is as defined by section 3.19.
Say what?
As defined by section 3.19.
Not under.
As defined by. As defined
I'm going to go home and I'm going to
by.
what in the world?
Okay. So now I have it starting with the city council, ending with and manager, comma, unless conducting an investigation as defined by section 319 or making inquiries.
Thank you.
And help me with the language. readily available,
Well, that's a broad scope and very subjective.
well, of course it is.
And so
How would you improve it?
you get, I'm not saying Sabrina, but any city manager who says, it's not readily available. She makes that decision, she just doesn't want to provide. Or he, whoever the city manager is.
I just take that
They
loss.
make, it's left up to them to decide what's readily available, definition.
So I'm with you. I'm asking you, how would you improve it? I understand your argument.
I think the readily available
Okay.
is kind of like it's not defined enough to actually add it. Like, I don't know why we add that extra.
To me,
Right.
you're creating a new loophole.
Yeah.
You are.
So should we take inquiries off totally?
I'm just trying to leave something open. Like, I don't. I'm trying to strike a middle ground here, right?
Well, that's what I'm trying to understand. Yeah, exactly. Tell me.
Yeah. No, and so that's the thing. You could say it's another loophole, but I mean, are we really trying? If you look at the balance of these changes on all three of these, and then the whole like only the city manager has like only the mayor needs to excuse the city manager from ever meeting, it's kind of like that's kind of weird, right? So now the city manager doesn't even have to be at the city council meeting, right? Like as long as the mayor says it's okay, they're not there, and you can't request anything. Right? Like it's just like maybe it's a conspiracy theory. There's going to be, but it seems like
going
a
back to like the readily available. I just think we switch like Carol said it's with the original intent. We just move the language around and we kind of leave it there is where I landed on that.
Can I step in for 1 second?
Go ahead. Trista's got something here.
I want to make sure that we are all reading the section C as written.
Mm-hmm.
So what this is saying is the city council will go through the city manager for everything, unless there is an investigation.
Right.
Or,
That's
right,
the intent.
inquiries investigation.
You're saying that's the intent of what's
The
written.
current intent right now.
Okay.
The reworking of this means if there's an investigation, they don't have to just go through the city manager based on section 3.19. If we're also adding and inquiries for readily available items, what that's saying is that they will not have to go through city manager, they can go to.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, we don't want to do that. So we need to. So it sounds like to fix this, then, Trista, you're saying we need to get rid of inquiries from this
I'm not
piece.
saying any such thing.
That was a good answer.
I was saying it. It just came out of
I'm
another
explaining what it
mouth.
is currently doing.
I got you. And so I'm saying that my belief is that to fix this, we would strike making inquiries or
Just say unless conducting an investigation under section 3.
as defined by section 319.
And that just means we need to change 319 to remove inquiries from the title of that as well.
We'll look at that when we get to 319. Okay, put a pin in that one for me, please. Let's get through
It's
this.
just basically quoting the title of 3.
Right.
Right.
That's all you're.
Yeah,
I think
without
they
the
need to be-
capitalization, making
Yeah.
it realize it's.
All right, so I am striking making inquiries to. So this reads the way it reads, starting with the city council, blah, 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 comma, unless conducting an investigation as defined by section 319. Make a motion.
I'm so moved.
I moved and that's approved.
Second, third.
All right, we got 1 minute, guys. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
I want him to have a second. He is ready to have a second.
I retract, we need to.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
We have one more.
Time up.
Wait for it.
10 o'clock colon.
Wait, we have to set the agenda for next time. Oh, yeah. That's why I took it away.
No, you just draw a line here and move forward.
The next one.
And wait for it.
And there you go. 10 colon.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned at 10 p.m.